Guys, it's Maya. Welcome back to my channel. Thank you so much for clicking on our video today. As you can see by the title, this is all about your next serious relationship. So pretty much since Valentine's Day is right around the corner, I wanted to do a super in-depth love reading, and I haven't done a serious relationship reading like this in like a while. I think like it's been like 8 or 9 months, so I felt like this is like a perfect reading for Valentine's Day. It is super in-depth, and here is a breakdown. I will actually go over our breakdown once we get into the groups, but we do have an extended today. And here on YouTube, we're really going to be looking at who is this person that you are going to be in a serious relationship with. Now, for those of you, if you're already in a relationship with somebody or you're already in some kind of a connection, you can still watch this as like your current relationship, and also you can use it as confirmation, because say if the reading sounds very similar to who you are dating or talking to right now, you can view this as a confirmation that you are, with the right person right now. But yeah, I mean, whether you're single or you're not, I think you can use this to navigate your own situation to kind of get a confirmation about, are you with the right person or are you not with the right person. So I'm going to interpret this as if we're all single here, but of course, if a reading is very specifically like, okay, this is somebody that's already in a relationship with this other person, I will definitely make that clarification as well. But yeah, I'll go into the breakdown once we're into the groups, and I just hope everyone has a great Valentine's Day, whether you're single or in a relationship. And yeah, so let's get right into it, you guys. I'm super excited to be here. I have 4 groups for you guys to choose from. Each group has a different tarot deck and a different crystal and a different card that came out as I shuffled. So there's multiple ways for you to be drawn to your groups, and also in a reading like this, you can watch as many that you are drawn to. There's no set limit on how many you're drawn to and how many you want to watch. So feel free to binge all of them if you want to. But yeah, let me go ahead and show you these options up close one by one. Group 1, this is the Star Spinner Tarot. This is what the back looks like. And your crystal is this amethyst chunk. And your card is the 8 of Coins, which is the 8 of Pentacles. Group 2, this is the Wild Unknown Tarot. This is what the back looks like. And your crystal is the Smoky Quartz Cluster. And your card is the 8 of Swords. Group 3, this is the Tarot of the Divine. This is what the back looks like. And your crystal is this blue slag glass. And your card is the Hierophant. Group 4, this is the Ostara Tarot. This is what the back looks like. And your crystal is this fluorite chunk. And your card is the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, you guys, here are all of your options laid out for you side by side. Like I said, you can watch as many as you want today and take all the time you need to pick your groups. You can pause the video if you need to. I'm going to get started with group number 1. Hey guys, if you chose this 8 of Coins, which is the 8 of Pentacles, and this amethyst chunk with the Star Spinner Tarot, if you chose this combo here, this is your group. Hello, group number 1. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thank you for all of your support here on YouTube. Whether this is your first time here on my channel or if you have watched my readings before, thank you so much for being here. I really, really appreciate it. So let's quickly go over that breakdown. We do have an extended. I'll actually talk about this kind of at the end of our reading here on YouTube. But here on YouTube, we're going to start off with the Bowl of Traits. So the reason it says optional is because you don't have to watch it. I'm going to link like the times below, so you could skip this if you wanted to. Pretty much the Bowl of Traits is this massive bowl of traits that I have. If you're an OG follower from like when I started my channel back in 2022, I used to use that bowl a lot, and I made I created this bowl a long time ago, so I actually don't even remember like a lot of the stuff that's in there, but we're going to start off with that just to get some fun little information about your next serious partner. So after that, we're going to go in and look at all about this person. So pretty much here on YouTube, this is all about them. And we're going to look at things like personality, appearance, any zodiac signs that want to come through. We'll also talk about their higher self and their 3D self. We'll look at their career and hobbies. We'll also look at any age/location that Spirit wants to give us. And then we're going to go ahead and look at the actual relationship dynamic between the two of you. So this is like the relationship/connection. We'll look at your energy, we'll look at their energy, and we'll also look at the energy of the connection. So pretty much this is all about them and also the dynamic between the two of you. And then, yes, I'll talk about this at the end. It'll make more sense. I'm already stuttering, but it'll make more sense once we get to the end of the group. So that way it's like an easy transition. So let's get into it. I do have something I want to say. So before we get to the bowl, don't skip just yet. But it's so interesting that these are clocks. Isn't that so interesting? Because when I saw this, I was like, oh, that's so interesting. And I remember when I was like getting this deck ready for the intro and I was just like shuffling it, because normally before I stack, or not stack, but before I lay all the decks out, I go through and I shuffle it. And the deck was acting super funny. And it was almost like exploding the way the decks do sometimes when I'm shuffling them. I'm sure if you've watched my videos, you've noticed that decks tend to like explode sometimes when I'm using them. But it was doing that. But it was like exciting. Like it didn't feel scary or overwhelming, but it was like there's a sense of excitement when I was trying to shuffle your deck and just get it ready for the intro. So then when I saw that the Eight of Pentacles is clocks, like a bunch of clocks, and this person is physically holding onto the clock, looking at it as if like, is it time yet? Because that was the message that kept coming to me. It's like, I'm just so excited. Like, where are you? Is it time yet? I've been waiting for you. I'm looking for you. You know, so much time has passed in my life and you're still not here. And I feel like this is you to your person, or this is you to your soulmate, or whoever this next serious relationship is, whether it is a soulmate, long-term partner, whether it's not a long-term partner, I don't know. But it feels like you're just ready to be in a relationship. You've been single for a while. And you're just like, okay, like I'm ready. Where are you? Time is ticking. Like I'm not getting any younger. And it just feels like you're just excited, but you've also been waiting for a long time. For some of you, maybe you have a specific person on your mind that you are specifically waiting for, but then others of you, it could just be like just a person that you're waiting for, or just your soulmate that you're waiting to come into your life. Another thing with the Eight of Pentacles is this is a very established energy. This is somebody who is hardworking, but also very independent right now. Somebody who has their life figured out, their career figured out, their foundation figured out. This is not somebody who is aimlessly wandering through life. This is somebody who really has their shit together. And I feel like that's your energy. You're like, I've built a foundation for myself. I have my life together. I'm, everything is good in my life. I just don't have a partner to share this with. And I think you're ready for it, especially in 2026. I've been seeing a lot of messages for the collective of like, you're finally meeting somebody this year. So I feel like for this group, you've been single for a while and you're very ready and excited and you're exploding and it's like fireworks. So I like this energy. I really wanted to talk about it before we get into the bowl of traits. So, even if you don't resonate with it, it's fine. I do think there's a sense of waiting because of how obvious the clocks are here. There's a sense of I'm waiting for somebody to come into my life or to come back into my life. Or I'm waiting for my love life to pick up. I'm waiting on something to do with my love life is what it seems like. I don't really know where I want to set this today. Okay, so let's get into this now. So pretty much this is just a bowl of just random traits. I'm gonna pick some just randomly, and this will give us some information, just fun little, some fell on me, just some fun little information on potentially who this person is, anything about them. I'm just gonna do my best not to catch it on fire. Oh my God, as I said that, let's take some out. Okay, let's take some more out. Okay, I feel like there's a lot. Okay, let's go through this. And you can definitely skip if you want to. The timestamps will be in the description, but let's just get some fun traits for group one's next serious relationship. Ooh, it says intimate relationship, This person or your love language could be physical touch, and maybe you guys have an intimate relationship with each other. Kids, maybe somebody wants kids, maybe somebody already has kids, maybe you end up having kids with this person. Ooh, you could meet while you're traveling. Okay, farm. Oh, you know what that makes me think of? It's like somebody who's from like a small town, but then somebody who's from a big city, and you're like, you somehow meet halfway somewhere and you come from like two very different backgrounds. Tattoos and piercings, so body modifications, expression through body could be significant. Quality time, and we were just talking about love languages, so that could be something too. Okay, amazing sex life. If that resonates, take it. That kind of makes sense with the intimate relationship, and we were talking about that right away. Music artist. Okay, maybe somebody is a musician, or maybe you have similar music tastes. You listen to similar artists. You go like going to concerts. Okay, kinky. So clearly there's a lot of these messages coming out. And like I said, I wrote these years ago, you guys. I was a little unhinged when I first started my channel because I was like very much like, I'm just gonna be myself. But I think as my channel is growing, I've like obviously, pulled back a little bit. Okay, so works 9 to 5. They could have a traditional job. Long drives. Maybe you guys like going on long drives. Urban. This is what I was saying. I feel like one of you is from a small town, maybe a farm, but like a small town mindset. And then the other one is from a big city. Chivalry is not dead. Okay. I'm cracking myself up with these. Dark hair. Oh my gosh, another love language, words of affirmation. So we have words of affirmation, quality time, intimate relationship, sweet, shy. Aw, this feels like somebody who is like shy and like looks shy on the outside, or they are shy when you like first meet them, but then they're like crazy underneath. And obviously not crazy in a bad way, but like with all of this like physical stuff we're talking about, it's like they look really shy, but they kind of have little devil horns. Two dads. Okay, so when I wrote this, this could be taken in two different ways. It could be that their dads are literally in like a same-sex relationship, which maybe this person is adopted and they have two dads, or it's like maybe their dad got divorced and got married to another man, so two dads. But it could also be that they have a dad, like a biological dad, but then they also have a stepdad. So maybe like their parents did get divorced, but then like their mom got remarried or something and they have a stepdad. They will spoil you. Okay. Millennials. I don't know why my voice just cracked when I said that. Millennials. Okay, 1981 to 1996. Technically, doesn't millennial also go into like the first half of 1997? They could also be born in 97. We have cosmetic procedures. Okay, interesting. I don't know what that means. Just take that however take that however. Okay, that's what I'm seeing. What's funny with this millennial thing of being born in 1997, they could be somebody that like they fall in like that weird in between, right? Because 97 specifically, I don't know why I'm talking about this year specifically, but like they are like right at the cutoff of millennials, but that's like what they grew up with, right? But then they also don't identify as Gen Z. So I think this person could be like in that in between of like they don't really fit into that first crowd, but then they also don't identify with the second crowd. So they're kind of like a mix of both in a way. Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing, you guys. Let me clean all of this up and we will get into our second part of the reading. Okay, so we are back, and now I have a tarot deck here that I split up into 3 groups. So this is the major arcana, this is all of the court cards, and then this is the rest of the deck right here. So pretty much we're gonna get 1 card from each group to give us this overall picture of who this person is that you are going to be in your next serious relationship with. And this is also where we'll look at like personality, appearance, zodiac. We'll also look at their higher self. So the major arcana is going to show their higher self, and then the one of the court cards is going to show us their 3D self. And then to answer the rest of the questions, I will actually use the deck you guys chose. So let's get right into it. For group ones, let's keep this here. For group one's next serious relationship, let's see who is coming in for group one's next serious relationship. Who is coming in for group one's next serious relationship? Who is this person, spirit, for group one? Whoa, okay. That's what I meant earlier too. I was like, the deck is just exploding. Let's try that again. Who is coming in for group one's next serious relationship? Can we get 1 card from the major arcana, which also talks about their higher self? Ooh, the high priestess with intuition. Okay, very cool. Now from the court cards, this can also talk about their 3D self. Who is coming in for group one's next serious relationship? I don't want to take both. This can also talk about their 3D self. We have the Page of Stars. This is the Page of Wands with the keyword curiosity. All right. It's tough to shuffle the other decks because there's such small piles. Let's get 1 card from the rest of the deck to show us who is coming in for group one's. All right, fine. I'll take both on that. That's fine. We have the 9 of Trees with refinement, and then we have the 7 of Hearts with choices. So this is the 9 of Pentacles, and this is the 7 of Cups. Okay, so looking at, this is moon energy. So we have some water. You can also view that as Cancer, even though technically it's not Cancer, it's just the moon, but you could view it as Cancer. This is Aries, Leo, Sagittarius with the Page of Stars. This is Venus in Virgo with the 9 of Trees. And this is Venus in Scorpio. So you have Venus out here twice. So that's really interesting. This also feels very gender neutral because sometimes I can tell heavily if this is a divine masculine coming in or a divine feminine coming in, but it feels like it could be either or. So I'm not going to specify on that. I think this could literally be any gender, any energies in that sense. But you have Venus out here twice. This person is definitely looking for you too, for one, because I think that there's this energy of like, we're both looking for each other. We both are waiting for each other. I think this person is very similar to you, group one, and I think that they're in the similar boat. Like they're literally like living a very similar lifestyle. They're also independent. They're also self-sufficient. They've probably been single for a while as well. And this person definitely is looking for a serious relationship the way that you are as well. I think you're very, very similar. You could also have similar ages, like maybe a year apart, maybe like a couple. I don't even think it would be a couple years. I think you're very similar when it comes to that age group. It's interesting how there's like a symbol here for the third eye, and then there's quite literally a third eye right here. I think this person recently went through some kind of a spiritual awakening, or they are spiritual or intuitive in some way. I think something, if it wasn't recent, something in their life has caused them to have a spiritual awakening. So I think they're more in tune with themselves than the average person. I think they're very in tune with their emotions, with their thoughts, with their actions. Like they're very balanced out in this lifetime. but I do think they probably went through something at some point in their life that had that third eye activate, like, or that's what caused that third eye to activate. I also think this person's been hurt in the past, which is another reason they kind of like stopped dating and they stopped seeking emotional connections with people, because I think somebody really hurt them. I'm also hearing they could have been really hurt by family members to some extent, or it could have been relationships too. But I think their heart was broken to some extent, which caused them to really like go within and really heal as a person, but also kind of caused them to put these walls up so that way they they're they've been a little like, not like standoffish, but they definitely are not looking for anything emotional right now. I think they want it. I think deep down their soul is craving to be loved. Their soul wants that soulmate to come in, but I think in their 3D self, they're a little bit afraid of getting hurt again. And speaking of their 3D self, so the Page of Wands here with the keyword curiosity, this is their 3D self. So they're very like naive or innocent, or they have like a childlike energy to them. So maybe they're not naive or innocent, but even if they are evolved and wise and all these things, there's just like this childlike curiosity to them. And even this little animal here is making me think of a little kid. I think that this person is young at heart. No matter how old they are in the 3D, they're young at heart. They could also look younger than their actual age. They could look like significantly younger. Say if they're like actually 30 in real life, maybe they're like 21 or 22, like early 20s, but they're actually in their early 30s. It's something like that. But they have like not only that youthful appearance, but like they're not tainted. Even though we just said that like they've had it rough in life, I feel like that hasn't really tainted how they view their life, how they view people, and how they love as well. And I don't want that to contradict what I just said, because I do think they have their walls up when it comes to like that deep romance, because I think that's where they were hurt in the past. But I think for all other aspects of life, they're still very optimistic about life, about people, about connections, and about their job, about their all these things that life has to offer them. I think that they have that childlike energy because they didn't allow whatever pain or trauma they went through, they didn't allow that to taint how they view the world. But maybe they did, because I do feel like this person has really healed and evolved from who they used to be. So it's very possible that they did view the world in this pessimistic, skeptical manner at some point in time when they were younger. But I think as this person has grown up, as they have healed and went through their spiritual awakening, and that evolution for themselves, they're almost like younger now than they were when they were actually young. It's kind of giving like youth is wasted on the young, because this person would probably tell you like, I feel younger now than I ever did. I feel more myself now than I ever did. I'm happier now. I'm more optimistic about life now because I've healed so much and grown so much as a person. And they're probably in like their prime right now. That's probably what they would tell you. I'm seeing like gold. Like they would say this is their golden era. And like, I don't know, they feel very, very good about who they are right now. And I think they went through a lot to get to that energy, which is also how you know that they're very pure, they're very genuine, they're very loyal, not only to like people, and not only will they be loyal to you, but they're very loyal to themselves. I think they are in this era of putting themselves first. Like nothing is coming in the way of my life, my happiness, my foundation, my what I want to do. It also could be that in the past they gave up a lot of themselves to other people to please others or to help others, but now they're finally, again, they've like woken up to this and they're like, you know what, I'm putting myself first. Like these people are not going to matter the way I matter to myself. Something has definitely shifted within them. Now, literally, their higher self is quite literally the higher self of everything. It's literally the universe. This is spirit. This is the higher power. This is our intuition. These are like their higher self is the higher power, which is so crazy, because the fact that this is intuition and the high priestess, Oh, it's a lot. I think that this is a wise soul, but this is a very, very old soul. And I think that's why they were able to like learn things very quickly in their life, especially because they're still young. But I think they're like wise beyond their years. I think this person has definitely gone through their own spiritual awakening, but you would literally be like, how do you know this? Like, where did you learn this from? How you know what I mean? Like sometimes when you just talk to people and they're just spewing all this wisdom and knowledge, and you're just like, where the heck did you learn this? Because clearly, this is not like a life lesson or like a life skill that you learn in your everyday life. There's like such a depth to this person that I think you realize right away that their energy is very unique and they are clearly an old soul. Clearly, they have lived many, many lifetimes and maybe not even on earth, but their soul has gone through many reincarnations. And I do think that every life this person lives, they are adding more. It's almost like a scrapbook. It's like every life they live, they take events and lessons and all these things and they like store it in that scrapbook. And then they have that scrapbook in the future and they can like look back at it. And then I think if this person really tried hard enough, they could even do like past life recognition type things. Like I don't know anything about that, but I think they could tap into previous lifetimes if they really wanted to. But they're like, I don't know how to describe this, but they're literally like a one in a million kind of a soul. There's something very unique about them, unique about their mission. This person is also very laid back. I think if this person really wanted to, they could take over the world. I think that they have the looks for it. They seem very physically attractive, especially with the fire that we see Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and that youthful energy. I think this person is very attractive. They have a great personality. People look up to them. They have this like swag. There's this charisma, and people really look up to them, but they're also so intuitive and wise and have all this deeper level understanding of things, to where not only do they look the part on the outside, but they play the part truly as they are as a person. And I think that's like a very deadly combination, because they could easily take over the world. Like they could easily blow up on social media. They could easily, you know what I mean? Like they could easily work their way up and be famous or have that status or literally take over everything, but they choose not to. There's something very grounded about this person, very down to earth. And I think they're wise enough to know that like fame is not everything. And I also don't think they like to have a lot of eyes on them. I think this is a very private person. Obviously, they want success. And I think this person is already successful, but they have very big visions and goals for their life. So they're always going to be climbing this ladder to more and more success. So, don't misunderstand me when I say this, because it's like they want success, they have success, but success doesn't have to be fame, and I think that's something this person takes seriously, is they don't want to be in the public eye. They don't want to be famous. They don't want to be a celebrity. They protect their energy, and clearly their energy comes right from the source of the universe directly. So I think that they know that they have to protect themselves, and it almost feels like maybe in a previous lifetime they actually, this is so random, but I'm thinking about Princess Diana, or even like Michael Jackson, how like in previous lifetimes, or sorry, let me start over. So like I'm thinking about those two people, right? Because like when they were alive, they didn't necessarily want that lifestyle. They didn't want that fame that came along with it. They didn't want, especially Princess Diana, like she didn't want that. And Michael Jackson didn't even have a choice. He was thrown into this literally at the age of like 5. So it kind of feels like that, like especially Princess Diana, like she kind of got thrown into this crazy chaotic situation, and she didn't want to be in that situation. She didn't want to be in the public eye. Even though people loved her, she clearly didn't want that. And I think like, I'm not saying this person's previous lifetime was Princess Diana or Michael Jackson, but it feels like in their previous lifetime, they could have been in a situation where their soul was unhappy, but it was forced on them. And it's something to do with the public eye, something about like that 10th house energy. It's like public eye, fame, stardom, childhood, exploitation. There's something here where they were exploited as a person for money and for fame, and like other people were taking advantage of it to the point where like their soul was so unhappy, and it almost feels like in this lifetime their soul had already like made this agreement with themselves that like we are not living that kind of a life again, because that is so far from what we want. And it could be like it was a more recent life, not like maybe their direct life, but could be for some of you. I'm really sensing it's like it was their very immediate previous life where they were in that chaotic situation. So this very next lifetime, they they are very private. And this person, they might not even realize where this stems from, because I think, this awareness of past lives and all this, not everyone has that. So I think this person could really, like, you would talk to them and they just have this such a deep longing for privacy, for a small immediate circle of friends, to protect their energy, to be genuine with people, only have genuine connections in their life. This person might not even have social media because they feel so weird about that, like people knowing your every moves, people keeping up with you, and all these things. I think like they don't even realize where that stems from, but they just know that they are like this. And I think they're very happy in their solitude. They probably prefer to just be like you and them, or just like a few people, and yeah, that's so interesting, you guys. That's coming through very strongly. Um, they're very intentional with the choices that they make, especially with the people that they keep in their life or their inner circle, or friends, acquaintances, coworkers, anything that they are a part of on a regular basis. They're very intentional about that. And maybe to like people that don't know them, maybe people don't realize that like this person is not impulsive at all. They think everything through. They're very like scheduled in that way. They have this itinerary or a schedule and they just follow that step by step. I think they think steps ahead. They're not impulsive, and they're very intentional with what they do and who they do things with, which is why when they say to you, or when you meet this person, you get into this relationship, that's gonna be like you know what I mean? Like they're not gonna lie to you and like and play you and love bomb you and all these things, because I think if this person was to say to you, group one, I want to be with you in a committed relationship, they're very serious about that. So yeah, they're very intentional with their choices and they really lead with their heart. And because, again, their higher self is directly from source itself, and especially if they did not live authentic lives to what their soul was wanting in previous lifetimes, it feels like in this lifetime, their goal is to just live an authentic life to who their soul really is. And being an old soul, they definitely had trials and errors in previous lifetimes, and that's why they're very intentional with everything that they do right now. But they're definitely like successful on their own right now. They're independent. Um, they're very giving, very loving, and nurturing to other people. I think that how do I say this? It's like they will trust you until you give them a reason not to. And that's for everybody. They will be nurturing and loving and providing for people until they have a reason not to do that anymore. I also think once you kind of break this person's trust, it's hard to get it back. And not just you, I'm talking like anybody in general in life. Once somebody breaks that trust, it's very hard for this person to trust them. But truly, like if they like you and they love you and they care about you, they're very loving and nurturing and very providing in that sense. And clearly we saw like all the love languages and stuff, so I think in a partnership they would be very loving and nurturing and giving. Okay, C's could be significant letters I, R, and then we talked about the zodiac signs. Again, right now, I think this could be a feminine energy or it could be a masculine energy. It could also be that this person is very in tune with both and they're very balanced within their own feminine and masculine energies. I'm not physically seeing much. I'm seeing their soul, which again, that shows me that this is such a wise and old soul that, like, I'm not even seeing much about their physical appearance, but I'm seeing their soul, and that's so cool to me. And um but yes, they have that youthful energy, youthful image. They look younger than they are, very attractive. great. I think they have a great chiseled face. They have great prominent features. Everything is like in proportion. Um, I also think this person is like they're very conventionally attractive. So I don't know what that means, right? Like that could be maybe whatever is in right now. I don't know. Or this could just be like timeless beauty. Like even through different cultures, like they just have this universal beauty to them, international beauty. I don't know what that means, but it's like no matter what culture they're from or anything, it's like they're still very beautiful. They're very physically radiant. That's probably another reason they like to be private, because even just their physical appearance radiates so much light, and they're so beautiful that like they probably get attention even when they don't want it. So I think that's another reason they kind of just like do their own thing, because like I think if they wanted to be a model or do something about their physical appearance, they could easily be a model. They could easily blow up like on TikTok and things like that, but they choose not to. Okay, that's what I'm seeing for them. This is their higher self energy, 3D self energy. I think they're very fun. They love adventure in the 3D. They love to just like do adventurous things, and that's also part of that youthful energy to them. They're very like extroverted in that sense. They want to do spontaneous things, spontaneous trips, and even though they're very intentional with what they do, they love having fun. They love traveling. They love um coming out of their comfort zone in that sense. But yeah, okay, that's what I'm sensing. Okay, let me go into the second part of our read. Oh wait, actually, I have my deck. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I'm just forgetting what I'm doing because these are super long and in-depth. Okay, now I'm actually going to go in with this deck that you guys chose and just get some specific information. First, let's see, can we get a card for their career? Let's see, a card for their career. Wow, Queen of Coins. Okay, so then let's get a card for their hobbies. Two of Wands. This is hobbies right here. Okay, look at the way this person is like cuddling this bunny. That's what I'm saying, like the love and the nurturing energy that radiates from this person. It's like it's just so sweet. It's so comforting and nurturing. This person could have pets. They could also love animals, but for career, this is King or Queen of Pentacles, but it definitely feels like they're very established within their career path. And that already makes sense because we have the Nine of Pentacles, which is like the ultimate independence, financial security, career path. Like this is like the ultimate, I am established, I have things going for me, and I've already built a foundation for myself. So it doesn't feel like they're hustling right now. And I mean, they could have multiple jobs or something, but I think in the overall scheme of things, in their career, they're already established, or they're on their path of becoming very established. They probably are very financially independent. They're stable on their own in their own career path. I don't think this person is, like I said earlier, they're not aimlessly wandering when it comes to career or finances. They have also worked very hard. I think this person could be some kind of an entrepreneur, or they really like started at the bottom from something and worked their way up. So they're very deserving of the recognition and praise that they have in their career right now, but definitely very established. And I think that's another reason they're also looking for you, Group One, because I feel like earlier we said that you're also in the same boat of like you are established, you're doing well, you have your foundation, and now you want somebody to share it with, share this lifestyle with. And, um, and you're not like as busy. That's kind of what it feels like. It's like I have more time now to where I can dedicate it to a partner, because maybe I was really busy with work, but I'm not anymore. So it does feel like they're also looking for somebody to share this lifestyle with. And again, we already know they're so loving and nurturing and they want to spoil you. So it feels like they're just really looking for somebody who they can just like take care of and share this lifestyle with, maybe even share their finances with. I also think with that chivalry is not dead energy, it does feel like this person could be traditional in the roles of like what they think a traditional masculine partner does and what like a traditional feminine partner does. Or maybe you are also traditional in that sense as well. So then you kind of meet each other in that middle of like, okay, like we both want that the traditional roles. That doesn't have to be for everybody, but for some of you. But yeah, I think that they're doing great in career. I don't know exactly what they do. Again, spirit is really like beating around the bush for a lot of these. Probably because it's a general reading, but they could have their own business. They could be a CEO, definitely getting entrepreneurship vibes. They could also be somebody who is like a leader or a manager or a boss, somebody who's kind of high up and they had to work their way up there. I don't think this is an entry level person. They could even have like multiple sources of income as well. For some of you, I don't think for everybody, but they could have inherited some money, but I don't think that's for everyone. Okay, and then for hobbies, I love this. This is very similar to the page of the page of wands energy here. This is 2 of wands. This is Aries. This is specifically Mars in Aries. So this person loves freedom. They love adventure and they're always wanting to do new things. And I think that they also want like a travel buddy or like somebody who will also match their energy on like, I want to explore the world, I want to go to new places, I want to try new things. It's like, and they're saying like it's better to have like my soulmate come along with me versus me doing all of this by myself. But they love to travel, they love to explore, and they're not really set in stone. Like they can pretty much, they're very go with the flow, and I think that's what helps them when it comes to like exploration and things, because they can kind of just go wherever they want to, like, you know, go to different places or try different things. They're not picky. They're very like, they're very much an open book, and they will pretty much try anything once. They'll go anywhere once, and I think that's part of that excitement and adventurous energy that they have within themselves. But I love this because it shows you that they're very responsible, right? Like we see the 9 of trees, we see this, we even see that they're very intentional with what they do. So they're obviously very responsible. I don't think this person is reckless or impulsive. I think that the only time they would be quote unquote impulsive is if there's like something to do with a fun adventure or going somewhere. They're likely to book a spontaneous trip to go do something, but they're not like impulsive and reckless in the sense of like ruining things or gambling. You know, they don't do things like that, but they're very responsible. It's like they always have to make sure, okay, career is done, so my work day is done, work is set, so now I'm gonna go have fun. And I think that's again where that childlike energy comes from. They just love to have fun and they want somebody to join them on having fun and being in that energy, but very responsible. And it's like work always comes first, or their responsibilities always come first, but then after that, let's have some fun. They're definitely a work hard, play hard kind of a vibe as well. I also think they're very curious, you know, like this card says, and it's a cat, and it's making me think of like curiosity killed the cat. But obviously, like I'm not saying that in a bad way, but I think that's the only way this person maybe might be impulsive sometimes. If they're curious about something, they might like it, like tugs on them. They're like, what is that, what is this, like I want to go learn about this. They could even be into like reading and like research and things, because things just make them very curious and they have to like learn more about it, or they have to go experience something because they're so curious about it. It definitely feels kind of like an overachiever, but they wouldn't put it that way. They would just say like, well, I just have so many interests and so many hobbies and I just want to pursue everything. But I think to the average person, they could be slightly an overachiever, but they don't make it seem like work. They're like, well, I'm just gonna go, like a random example, I'm gonna go get my pilot's license. And to the average person, they're like, what, your pilot's license? Like, that's so crazy. But to them, it's like, no, it's just another thing that I'm so curious about and I just wanna go do it. Like to them, it's literally like no big deal. And maybe they even have the funds to support getting a pilot's license, you know? Anyway, What's next? So career and hobbies. Okay, their age. Can we get something about their age? We did see that millennial age, but then maybe 97, maybe early Gen Z, but then they do have that youthful appearance. So anything else about their age? The Knight of Wands. First of all, this is the Nine of Wands and that's the Page of Wands. So that definitely confirms to me that they look younger than they are, because I think their true age is this Knight of Wands, but they appear younger. They could even just have like a childlike face or just very youthful appearance to them. They could even get like ID'd. I don't know if this person would drink, but I think maybe if they went to like a bar or something, they would get ID'd. But then the person would look at their ID and like laugh because they're actually like so much older than 21, you know? So I definitely think age is like late 20s to early 30s. Yeah, late 20s to early 30s. I'm definitely sensing fire. So Aries, Leo, Sagittarius could rule their chart, or it could be in their big three. Yeah. They really are a free spirit, which is really cool to see. That's like pretty much all I'm getting for age. So let's look at location. Where are they? Or no, wait, that's not what I'm asking. Where are they from? Age / location. Where is this person from? What part of the world is this person from? They could definitely have like a tight-knit family situation or tight-knit siblings situation. How do I answer this on where are they from? Location. They could be from like water, because again, these mermaids are making me think of like a surfing town, surfing community by the beach, by the ocean, maybe even an island. But I was sensing with the Seven of Hearts here and now the Three of Cups, they could have a very tight-knit sibling situation or a very tight-knit family situation, even if they went through things and even if family did hurt them at some point in time. I think that they have a very tight-knit family dynamic. And I think that they maybe visit family often. They spend money on family, they take care of their family, or they just really love their family. They could like to go visit their hometown. But yeah, I'm seeing like surfing community, I'm seeing water, ocean, beaches, not necessarily lakes, but it's like an actual like a body of water, like a big body of water is where this person could be from. Also like sunny, so they spend a lot of time outside wherever they're from. They grew up spending time outside, grew up playing in the water, maybe even grew up on a boat or like sailing, but definitely like surfing is coming up as well. Hanging out on the beach. Okay, anything else about this person's personality, appearance? Anything else about this person that you want to share to group one, Spirit? Anything else about this person? Wow, the Two of Cups. This was actually bottom of the deck when I saw this, but I didn't want to pull it out. And that makes sense why, because it just came out. So, and then I'll see what is the bottom of the deck to get one more card. This is the King of Wands. Oh my God, you have so many wands. You have the King of Wands, the Knight of Wands, and you have the Page of Wands. So definitely that Wands energy. I think this is a very confident person. They definitely like know their limits. They also know themselves really well. They know the life they want to live. I think that one thing you cannot take away from this person is their sense of self-assurance and self-worth and self-confidence, and they just know exactly where they want to go, what kind of a life they want to live, the type of partner that they want, what they want to do with their career. And I think this is something they could have realized recently, like as they're growing up, because I feel like they're in a very good era in their life right now because they know who they are to a T. And I think like nobody can change that and nobody can take that away from them. And that's what makes this person very likable because they're very authentic and they're very genuine, and they're not just doing things to do things, and they would never be fake to their soul. They would never be inauthentic or live an inauthentic life. With the Two of Cups here, this person has such a big heart, and that could be something that is a little surprising. Like on the outside, if especially if they're very attractive, they could look like a player or whatever, F boy, F girl, whatever. But I think deep down, especially as you get to know them and how intuitive and how much depth this person has, they really love very deeply, and they love their family, and they also are looking for somebody to join their family. I think this person, this being the Two of Cups, they're really looking for their soulmate. This is Venus in Cancer. You have Venus out here 3 times. This is Venus in Scorpio, this is Venus in Virgo, and this is Venus in Cancer. So that's crazy. And Venus is the 7th house, which is all about partnerships, marriage, engagements, commitments. So definitely this person and you are aligned in a very soulmate kind of a way. And you guys are also, or at least this person is definitely looking for their soulmate, which I think is you, group 1, because this is your reading. So yeah, they're ready to love. They're ready to love a soulmate, love a partner, to integrate a partner into their family. And they're really, especially with everything else stable in their life, they're really looking for somebody to like love and to join them on this journey in their life. And I think there's a Page of Wands again. Maybe for some of you, this person could have a kid. Maybe you have a kid, maybe this person has a kid, but there's a lot of childlike energy, or maybe literally a child somewhere that has something to do with them. But yeah, okay, is that everything that I see? I think so. So almost 40 minutes, not literally 40 minutes later, we're gonna go in to look at your relationship dynamic quickly between you, this person, and the connection as a whole. So stick around and I'll be right back. Okay guys, I have the first set of cards right here. I have all the cards that we talked about right here with the deck sitting up, so that way I can go back to it if needed. I'm going to hold on to these if I need to go back to these as needed as well, but I'm going to put them at the ends. So now we're going to break down into the actual connection itself between you and this person. Now, I don't know what Spirit is going to share with us. I don't know if this is going to be the early stages of the connection, if this is what's going to be like the peak, if this is what the overall connection is going to be like. I don't know. I just kind of channeled and was like, I want to know what is group 1's energy in this connection and their person's energy in this connection. And then this is the energy of the connection itself. So we will look at that kind of at the end. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's see what is the dynamic like between you and this person that we've been talking about. So we'll start with you. It says, I just want to know why. We have insecurity. We have the Ace of Cups. We have Pisces. And we have the Goat and Willow with overcoming obstacles with the number 11. Your energy is very specific, group 1. Okay, let me look at... Actually, I want to talk about your energy really quick before we even look into the other person's energy. I am totally running out of space. Okay, because on your side, I think this person is going to bring up some things that were maybe kind of hidden deep beneath you. Or sorry, not beneath you, deep inside of you. And this is something that I say to people a lot in my private readings, but pretty much like, especially when we're single, we do think that we are healing, and we are, right? I think when a person is single, we're healing like 90 to 95% of the things that relationship caused us to go through. but there is always that little lingering energy that we're not fully healed. And it's because when you are single, you don't have something that is triggering you on an everyday basis the way a relationship was. And a lot of times people heal the things that they can heal when they're single, but then the moment they get into another connection with somebody, there are unhealed wounds that do come up. And that is just the way life is. We have to heal certain things on our own, and then we have to heal certain things with another person. And I think that that is something that I'm seeing here. I feel like you are very healed. Group one, you're very evolved on your own, but I do think there's a few things that you have not fully continued to heal, or there are some unhealed wounds when it comes to your love or trauma from previous relationships and stuff like that, that these things are coming up to the surface whenever you do meet this person initially. But what I see that is so positive is that you are overcoming these initial things. So you're doing exactly what you need to do. You're having some unhealed things come up and you are working through them with this partner. And I think that is something very important in this relationship dynamic, is you allowing this person to come into your life to allow you to heal what you need to heal as well. And that way you can truly overcome whatever the remaining healing is, and you can truly move on from that. The fact that we have Pisces here with this insecurity, this really feels like there's a very deep transformation that happens within you, within your psyche, within your spirituality, within your energy. And I think it really stems from some kind of an awakening. Like this person almost wakes you up in some way. They wake up something that has been kind of just maybe suppressed or hidden in like deep inside of you, and they wake it up and they bring it to that surface with this Pisces energy. They bring it to the forefront of your mind, and now you're realizing, wait a second, I never worked through that. I have this insecurity or this open wound or this obstacle that I never worked through. And I think that one of the reasons this person is coming into your life is to help you have that wake up call that there's something, maybe it's the littlest of things that you have been suppressing and are not fully recovered from. And that's not something you're going to figure out on your own in an everyday situation. I hope that I'm explaining this like okay. I hope you're understanding what I'm saying. Um, and the example I can give you, if that doesn't make sense, is like an ex-alcoholic, okay? Say you are not you, but somebody, this person, this mystical person is a recovering alcoholic, but then so they're recovering alcoholic. They stay as far away from alcohol as possible. They don't have any alcoholic beverages in their home, in their everyday life. They don't hang out with people that have alcoholic beverages. So they're so detached from the thing that they're recovering from, which is you being single. You know, this analogy is you being single. But then say one day that recovering alcoholic walks into a bar that serves alcohol. So you being the single person that is so far away from relationships and connections, and you're healing and doing all these things on your own, but the moment you're put back into a romantic connection with somebody, to where that hypothetical scenario, that person walks into a bar and suddenly they're triggered, or they're tempted to fall back into their own old patterns. They're tempted to grab a drink. They're tempted to do all these things that they're not normally tempted to do in their everyday life because they're not surrounded by it in their everyday life. But then, and that's your true way of knowing if you're really healed from something. Because if that person is triggered and tempted in this bar and they give into it and they drink and do all these things and fall back into their previous patterns, that is their realization of, wait, I never really healed. I just wasn't in the place to get triggered from it. You know, but I never actually healed it. It's just something that wasn't bothering me on an everyday basis. But the moment they came face to face with that temptation or the option to fall back into previous patterns, they did it. And I think that's exactly what's happening here for a lot of you, is like when you know, you're doing really well, but the moment that you're put in that situation again with somebody that has access to your heart, it brings up little things, little temptations, little bad habits, little moments where you see the past version of yourself come up. You see, maybe, you know, before you healed, you would have freaked out about something. You would have reacted in a certain way. You would have said certain things. And now you're seeing it come up. But the true test of time, and I think that's something Spirit is doing here, is they're not testing you, but they are seeing, is group one healed? Did group one really like heal from what they did, or will they be tempted to repeat old patterns and old habits? So it's like you're going to be put into this situation where the universe is almost seeing how are you going to react to something. And I don't think this is a bad person at all. I don't think that this person is actually doing anything to really trigger you, but I think like a previous version of yourself wants to come out. You know what I mean? But I think that like if a recovering alcoholic can walk into a bar and not be tempted to drink and doesn't fall into their previous patterns, then that is how they can prove to themselves and maybe even to the universe, hey, I have recovered. I don't feel tempted to do X, Y, and Z again. And I think that's kind of what it is. The universe is putting something in your life to see how are you going to react to it. How much have you actually healed? How much have you actually learned? How far along are you? So I like that. I think that's really cool that the universe is doing something like that. And I think what is very positive about this is you are not falling back into the previous patterns. I think there could be moments where you can recognize, oh, like the little devil inside of me. It's interesting. I was talking about devil horns earlier. I was, that little devil inside of you, or that little unhealed version of yourself, the past version of yourself, maybe they would have freaked out and they would have said hurtful things or did hurtful things, or they would have reacted a certain way. But you can like recognize and not give into it. Or that's when you have the discipline, the self-discipline to not react in a certain way. So there is definitely something like that going on. And I hope my example makes a little bit more sense now in that sense. But I love that it says overcoming obstacles, because I do see you are finally like patching up whatever that is, the things that come up to the surface during your time with this person. You are patching it up so it's no longer there. It's no longer relevant. And that you can also prove to yourself like, hey, I am not who I used to be anymore. I am healed. I have moved on from things. So I think a lot of this is also for you to prove to yourself that you are ready for the type of relationship that you want. And I love this. I think there's a lot of love here. I think that there is a lot of mutual energy. Like, I think you genuinely want to be with this person. You genuinely feel comfortable. You feel like you can trust them. There's this loving, nurturing energy here. And I think that there's just something that might come up to the surface. I can also see how this person might make you insecure, but I think that is also something that you will eventually work through on your own. Say if this is somebody that's really attractive and, you know what I mean? Like, say if like there's something that makes you insecure in a partner and this person has that quality, whether it's being really attractive, really smart, really financially stable, maybe like other people check this person out when they go out, like, you know what I mean? Like little things that make you insecure. This is a moment of you to heal these things, to be able to trust that, okay, I don't have to be insecure that my partner is really attractive, because I trust them that they're not going to do X, Y, and Z to me. They're not going to cheat on me. They're not going to make me feel how I used to feel in the past. So I think that's another thing, right? Like whether it's unhealed wounds coming up, whether it's previous insecurities coming up, there's something here that needs to be repaired, that needs to be patched up, and it needs to be thrown out, because I think Spirit is also saying to you that you don't need this energy in your life moving forward anymore. And this is a great way to like acknowledge it, to do something about it, and to kind of move on from it. Let's look at what is I'm going to move this just right here for now. Let's look at what is their energy in this connection. It says, I know it's love, but 11:11 on the time that I'm saying that I'm looked up. Yours says, I just want to know why. And there says, I know it's love, but I'll come back to these two. Miracle. Oh, they feel so lucky to have you. I think that this is, like I said, a very loving, caring, nurturing person, right? So I think anytime you have these moments of like relapse, anytime you have these moments of insecurities come up, and that previous version of you is coming up, I think they're very patient with you. I think they're very nurturing and loving, and they almost like want to guide you step by step. They want to help you out. I think if you ever have any doubts or insecurities come up, I think this person will definitely make you feel comfortable, make you feel like you can really trust them. Like it's almost like they will help you walk through whatever this is that comes up that is making you anxious or nervous, because they obviously really care about you. And with this miracle, it feels like you're exactly what they were praying for, exactly what they were wishing for. Like you know, and they would tell you, like, you don't have to be insecure. You don't have to have all these um, feelings come up, because I like you just the way you are, and you're exactly what I wanted in a person. We have the Eight of Swords. We have Taurus energy. We have the Turtle and Coriander with Satisfaction. I actually think this is the Eight of Swords in the reverse. I think that this person is also learning something during this dynamic. For some of you, it's possible this is like a second time with this person, because you're like learning to trust them again. For some of you. For others of you, it definitely doesn't have to be, but I think that this person is also learning to let you into their heart. I think you're both like healing something in the other person's heart, because I think both of you are coming into this with previous heartbreaks and previous situations, and now you're kind of like learning to trust, to open up your heart again, learning to let somebody back in again. And with the Eight of Swords in the reverse, I think this person is nervous, especially when you first get together. I think that they can sense almost right away, like, you are special. You are somebody that they could see themselves really falling for. But that makes them nervous. It makes them feel like, okay, like, am I going to get hurt again? I think literally you're almost like mirroring kind of a very similar energy back to each other. Both of you are afraid to get hurt. Both of you, want to be with the other person, but both of you have to learn that this is a new person, that the past does not have to repeat itself. You don't have to be that version of yourself that you were in the past, but this person is also a new person, and they don't have to make you feel the way somebody in the past made you feel. So I think both of you are really learning something here. But I do think like they're nervous right away because they don't want to get hurt. Um, but I think both of you almost instantly, there is this click of like, okay, I really like you, you really like me. And I think this is a very dependable person, especially with the turtle here. This is satisfaction with 10, 20, 30, 31 as their number here. That could be somebody's age. But on their side, they're very dependable. They're very like slow and steady. They're very reliable. And I think especially with Taurus here, this is somebody that will put in the time and effort on a regular basis to make something work here. I also think that they're not going to jump into this impulsively, especially because they're also learning to let their guard down. They're also learning to expect something new from this connection with you. And I think that it makes them comfortable to take it one day at a time. And again, there's a lot of teamwork here. This person wants to work through something with you. They probably feel like you can help them work through what they're going through as well. But this is very much like, okay, let's take it one day at a time. Let's be happy with what we have. Let's not rush it. Let's not, burn ourselves out. Let's take it a day at a time. But let's build something practical with it. Let's plant our seeds. Let's actually like nurture this. Let's actually build a solid foundation instead of just like having it be something, unstable. I think they would take that very seriously. And because they know that you're worth it, I think almost immediately this person can tell group one is worth me healing completely, so I can be my complete 100% myself with them. And I think that's the same thing you're going through, because that's why you're going to work through your triggers and previous things together, because both of you are realizing, okay, this person is worth it, and it is worth me healing. Because you're going to realize, if I'm not healed, I can't be 100% available for this person. I can't be 100% myself for this person, but this is my soulmate, and I don't want to let them go. I don't want to lose out on this opportunity. And you're both feeling that way mutually to the other person. So it's like, we're going to take it slow. We're going to work through what we need to work through and become 100% ourselves, our real selves, through this, so we can be there for each other in our most authentic way possible. Oh, I feel like this person will always have your back. They're very much, I am sensing like this is giving that masculine energy. Now that I'm looking at it like side by side, I feel you are more of the feminine energy on this side. They're coming through as more of the masculine energy on this side. Or at the very least, this is more providing in that masculine energy way. it's like this person wants to take care of this person wants to be there for them, but we're going to work through things together. Let's look at what is the energy of the connection. Two of Earth, balance, prioritization, playfulness. There's another child. I think both of you are learning to like let your walls down when it comes to a relationship dynamic. Both of you are realizing this is something new. So let's go into it, on a clean slate. We're not repeating anything from our past. This is a new person with a new experience, and there's this like excitement and playfulness. There's almost like this rebirth that you guys give each other, which is very cool to see. This is also feeling like slow and steady wins the race. Let's take it one day at a time. Let's plant our seeds. Let's not be impulsive with it. Let's really go like one step at a time and see what we can build from this situation. I also think both of you really prioritize the connection, really prioritize each other. Ooh, we have financial and material changes, and there's like a ring on this person's hand. Again, this also feels like stability. I think that the fact that we have two Earth cards here, I think this is the Five of Pentacles. It's like you guys are kind of starting from scratch in this connection with each other and building something stable from the bottom up, from the ground up. And I think this is a slow and steady relationship, really taking it one step at a time. What I want to see is, what is this talk about? I just want to know why. And I know it's love, but I think for them, initially there's some hesitation, because I think they're saying like, I really like you, but I'm in this Eight of Swords with this restriction on myself, these walls around my heart. I think that's what they're saying. It's like, I really like you, but I'm nervous, but I have the walls up. And I think, again, that's what you're working through. And then on your side, it's saying, I just want to know why. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I think you might have to interpret this on your own. Maybe for some of you, if this is somebody you already know, maybe you're wanting to know something that happened. But I'm not able to put a finger on that. But this really does feel like starting from the beginning and building something stable, and we're taking our time. That's what I really love about this, is there's no rush. I think both of you are realizing, okay, we're compatible, but we also have our own life goals and our own careers. And I think both of you are like two very independent people, and you're realizing, okay, I want to prioritize this with you, but we also are going to prioritize our own lives, which is what makes this so stable, because you're not rushing this. You're still focusing on yourself, and you have like a good balance between the relationship, within your own lives, within the work-life balance, work relationship life balance. And it's like, it's something that's stable, and you're building it up to set it up for something long-term. So that's also feeling very, very nice. But I do think a major theme for both parties here is that both of you have to heal through a few things at first in order to make this work long term. So that's what I'm seeing. I love it. I think this is a great energy for group number 1. So literally over an hour later, we're going to go into the extended now. And in the extended, we're going to look at, do you already know this person? Where are they right now? Are they ready for you? What could speed up or slow down union? How could you meet each other potentially? And then we'll also get advice. But yeah, group number 1, that's everything that I'm seeing for you. Thank you so much for letting me ramble here for over an hour. If you're interested in the extended, it's going to be linked in the description below. It is on Patreon. It is available for a one-time purchase, or it's available for a part of the subscription on the second tier. So if that's something you're interested in, check it out. If you're on the subscription, then you have access to the extended, and you have access to all of our other readings on Patreon, but it's also available for a one-time purchase. So whatever you feel comfortable with. And say you don't even want to go to the extended, that's fine too, you guys. I hope that you were able to get some messages out of this. I hope you were able to take anything and everything that you came here for. So thank you so much. And if you want to book a private reading with me, go ahead and email me. My email is in the description. I am currently offering readings. I have some availabilities going into like the end of this week. So if you want to book something, definitely go ahead and email me, but please like and subscribe, and I'll either see you in the extended or I'll see you next time. Bye, guys. Hey guys, if you chose this Eight of Swords with the Wild Unknown Tarot and this Smoky Quartz cluster, this is your group. Hello, group number 2. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support here on my channel, whether it is your first time here or if you have watched my videos before. Thank you so much for clicking on this and for sharing your energy with us today. So let's talk about our breakdown. So we do have this extended, like I mentioned, but I'll kind of talk about the extended at the end. Here on YouTube, we're going to start off with this bowl of traits. So this is actually optional. You don't have to watch it, but pretty much I have this huge bowl of traits and we're going to pick a few just to see what comes up. And this is just something fun, you know, about this person or about your relationship. After that, we are going to be looking at all about this person here on YouTube. So this is going to be their personality, appearance, anything to do with zodiac signs. We'll also look at their higher self and their 3D self. We're going to look at their career and or hobbies, age or location, anything, you know, that wants to come up about that. And then we will dive into your actual relationship with them. So this is going to show us like you versus them versus the actual connection, kind of like what the relationship is like or anything like you should know about the connection or anything that comes up, you know, kind of just seeing what the vibes are. And then we have that, but I'll talk about this at the end. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna have the timestamps below, so if you want to skip the bowl of traits, that's totally fine. You know, you don't have to watch it, but it's there if you do want to watch it. So I do want to say something before we move into the bowl of traits though. With this Eight of Swords, when I first saw this, I actually thought it was the Three of Swords. I also don't really use this deck that often, so sometimes like I get kind of mixed up with the cards, but I originally thought it was the Three of Swords. And that just makes me feel like for this group, it's possible you could have gone through some kind of a big heartbreak recently or a big breakup at some point in your life, and you are still kind of in that cocoon because of the way the butterfly hasn't fully emerged from this just yet. So it feels like you could have gone through something painful because the swords definitely, especially with the Three of Swords and the way the Eight of Swords are here, it does feel painful, uncomfortable, something maybe even traumatic, something you really had to work through. And it feels like for a lot of you, maybe you haven't fully healed just yet, or you haven't fully come out of that energy just yet. For others of you, maybe you did go through something big, and maybe you did heal, but you're not fully out of you're still not fully out of that cocoon, or you're not fully confident to put yourself out there again. So whether you're still healing or if you are fully healed, I think that can be up for, you know, to each their own because it's a general reading. But it does feel like either way, you're still either like afraid or you are still kind of, you still have these walls up around your heart. So it does feel like somebody who is a bit maybe kind of shy right now, or kind of not necessarily pursuing anything to do with relationships because of the pain that you went through. But I think for this group specifically, there is this active fear because the Eight of Swords talks about restrictions, it talks about limitations, but it's very mental. It is this mental prison that we feel trapped in. And maybe we're not physically trapped, maybe we're not actually trapped, but our mind is having us think that we're trapped. And I think in the sense of a relationship, this can definitely be from previous triggers and afraid of reliving things again, afraid of, you know, kind of just afraid of things coming up again, especially if you went through something tough. So there's just something like that going on so far with this group. I'm sensing a bit of like a heavier energy for this group, but I think right away Spirit wants you to know it's okay. It's okay to come out of that cocoon. It's okay to come out of that shell. It's okay to let your guard down. And also for you to realize that you will heal. You know, if you're still healing, you will heal. You will come out of this on the other side. And also that maybe the restrictions or the trap that you feel that you're in, maybe it's not real. Maybe it is your own fears being projected and you're trying to protect yourself. And there's something like that. So we will talk about it. We'll see what's going on. that's just kind of what I wanted to mention while it was still fresh on my mind before we got into the bowl of traits. But here so what I'm gonna do is just pull some out of here and we'll just see what comes up. I also wrote these like literally years ago. If you've been around on my channel since the very beginning, I used to use this a lot more often, but we'll just kind of pick a few and we'll just see what comes up for group twos. Okay, I think that's good. Is that a lot? Maybe we'll put some away. Okay, so let's actually, I'm going to move this to the side so we can kind of go through this. All right, so this could be anything. Like I said, this could be about your relationship with this person. This could be about them. This could be about you. You could take it as confirmation or just fun little insights. We have spiritual. You or this person could be spiritual. Maybe both of you are spiritual. Ooh, walking outdoors, hiking, and biking. So definitely could be, you could be people that like to go outside, like to be out in nature, do outdoor activities. Maybe that's something you guys do together. For some of you, very specific, you could actually meet this person during like some kind of an outdoor activity like that, like a super laid back outdoor activity. We have country/country music. Maybe there's like an outdoor concert. We have short/petite, so that could be somebody's size. We have spicy food. Somebody could like spicy food. We have hippie. Okay, stock market. That is so random. Sympathetic. Pretty/beautiful. Okay, air signs. So Gemini, Libra, Aquarius could be significant in some way. We have dark skin tone. This could be you or them or both of you. We have younger. Now, this could be that you are younger than them or they're younger than you, but this could just talk about some kind of an age gap. Happy relationship. Well, that's good to see. I feel like you guys are very calm, very down to earth. This hippie vibe, I think it just talks about like not taking things too seriously, maybe kind of just like not being too traditional. You're kind of just doing your own thing, go with the flow kind of vibes, down to earth. We have lighter hair. And I was talking about an outdoor concert, and hippie is making me think of Woodstock. So definitely some kind of an outdoor concert where you have older and younger. So definitely an age, somebody has an age difference here. So one of you is definitely a little older than the other one. That's so crazy that came out together. We have masculine. Maybe the older one is the one that's masculine. And then we have earth signs. Okay, so we have earth signs and we have air signs coming out for this group. Somebody could work in finance or the stock market. I think that you're both very down to earth. Like I said, I love that sympathetic is here. And I also like that spiritual is here. You guys could be empaths, but very just loving, caring. I also think there's some kind of like a ethnic look to somebody, especially with like spicy food and dark skin. Somebody here could be from different cultures, different backgrounds. Maybe both of you are, or there is some like cultural differences between the two of you. But definitely some kind of an age difference. And when I first saw this, I thought it said happy birthday for some reason. So maybe somebody's birthday is coming up soon, or like you share birthdays that are kind of near each other. Something about birthdays could be significant. But okay, that's what I'm seeing for this. This was just something little fun, you know. I mean, don't take it too seriously if you don't want to. But now let's get into the second part of our reading. Okay, you guys, now we're going to go into the next part of our reading where we look at all about your person that you're going to be in this relationship with. So I have a tarot deck here that I split up into 3 groups. This is the major arcana, this is the court cards, and then this is the rest of the deck right here. So this will give us that overall picture, and we'll also look at like personality, appearance, any zodiac signs that want to come up, and the major arcana is going to show us their higher self, and then the minor arcana, or no, this is the court cards. This is going to show us their 3D self, but this can also kind of show us their 3D self as well. But that's how we're going to do this. So let's get right into it. For group 2's person, let's see. Who is group 2's next serious relationship with? Who is group 2's person? One card for the major arcana / higher self of group 2's person. We have the star. Okay. Let's go ahead and see one court card for group 2's person. We have the Knight of Swords. Right away, I feel like you and this person are very similar. I also think you're very similar in age to some extent. Well, maybe not, because from what I'm sensing, I feel like you're young. Like you're like just a younger person, but maybe not everybody. But I do think that this person is young. That is coming through. Let's get one card here. Group 2's person. Actually, let me get 2 cards from this pile. Group 2's person. Okay, 2 came out at the same time. Okay, we have the Ace of Cups and the 7 of Wands. So I do think this is a young person. I feel like you're also young for some of you, so you're like similar in age. But if you feel like you are maybe a little bit older, then I think this person would still be a bit younger than you. There is this, there's definitely like an age difference. So if you feel like you're like an older adult, then this person would be younger than you. Or you're like roughly the exact same age. And I am sensing like early, maybe even like late teens, early 20s for a lot of you, because I'm sensing this energy of like you haven't fully developed yet. And this is me talking directly to group 2. Like I feel like group 2 hasn't fully developed yet, especially with this cocoon energy that we were talking about. Like you haven't fully come out of that cocoon. You haven't fully grown into who you are as a person just yet, which is what makes me think that you're still young and you're still developing, you're still healing and evolving as a person. But again, that is subjective, right? Like you could be older and still be developing, but I'm just getting this like underdeveloped energy. Your soul is still healing and evolving for group 2. So I feel like this person is very, very similar to that sense, especially with the Knight of Swords here. I feel like in the 3D, this person is also evolving. I think that you're very similar in that journey. This is like a young individual who is still going through little hurdles in life, who is still finding themselves. I think that they're not like wandering aimlessly, but they don't know who they are. I think that's you as well, especially with the butterfly and the cocoon. I think you also don't really know who you are just yet, or what you want to do in this lifetime, what career you want to pursue, where you want to live. I think you're still figuring out who you are. So I think this person is also in the exact same boat of figuring out who they are. I think right now this person could be a little impulsive or even a little reckless because they haven't fully matured yet. So and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. You know, I'm seeing some very good, wonderful traits about this person. I also see that there is a lot of potential for their evolution here. But I think that they're in the very early stages of evolving. And I think that they're just a little bit impulsive or reckless right now as they're navigating their life. This person in the 3D, they could be very quick. You know, maybe they're quick to respond. They're quick to do things. They walk fast. They talk fast. Like I'm seeing a lot of speed in their 3D reality, which also makes me feel like they're a little bit impulsive and maybe a little bit like naive in a way, a little because when somebody's impulsive and they're quick to judge, quick to act, quick to react, it feels like they're not taking the time to think it through, which I feel like that is a maturity thing. Like as you mature as a human being, then you kind of take it slow. You grasp things, you like think about things, you don't act impulsively. So I am getting like a fun, young energy here of somebody, but they're a little quick to react, and I think they don't really think things through sometimes, and maybe that is like part of that learning process though, because I think this person really learns through their mistakes. I think that's just how they are as a human being. They have to make mistakes in order to learn and in order to change their behavior. So say they react to something impulsively and it had negative effects, then I think they would learn from that, and then the next time they would evolve into, okay, maybe I can't react the way I'm reacting right now. But I'm definitely getting like both of you are like wandering souls. And I think that you're really learning and evolving and trying to figure out what is your path in this lifetime. This person also is coming through as very tough. Especially with the Seven of Crystals here. This is the Seven of Wands. I feel like they're very tough in the face of adversity. They're very tough in like their everyday life. I don't think they back down from a challenge. So I like that energy. I feel like this person is very eager to like face their fears. They're very determined and they don't back away from a fight. Maybe physically, like this person could um maybe stand up for themselves physically. I don't want to say they're like going around beating people up, but I think vocally, physically, mentally, emotionally, they stand up for what they believe in. They stand up for what they think is right. They stand up for the people that they love. And also, they don't let people walk all over them. I'm getting a very tough energy. They set the record straight. Like if somebody's talking smack about them, if somebody is disrespecting them in any way, I think they will set the record straight very quickly of like, don't disrespect me, don't talk to me like that, don't say all these things about me, or I also feel like they stand up for other people. So if they happen to be somewhere and somebody's getting picked on, and somebody's being disrespected, I definitely think they would stand up and say, hey, don't do that. I think this person has no problem inserting themselves to help somebody else, especially because I'm getting like a tough exterior, or something about their body is like they look tough. Maybe they're like muscular, or they're just like a bigger person to where they kind of like scare people in a way. I do feel like gentle giant energy for some of you, but or there's just something about their physique where I think like they could totally go and stand up for somebody, and they don't mind getting in the way, even if they're not a bigger person in their physique. I just think there's something about their energy where it's like they will look somebody in the face and tell them to F off or whatever. I'm also thinking about a little chihuahua. Like, you know how that's like a personality type. Sometimes people are like, she's like a little chihuahua. Like, even though it's like a petite person, they have this bigger than life personality, and it's like, don't mess with them. That's kind of how this person is coming through. I really like it. I don't think it's like toxic behavior. I think they know how to channel it well, but I do think like they will speak up when they need to speak up. They will stand up for what they believe in, and like people just can't really mess with them in a way, and definitely cannot mess with their loved ones for sure. Um, their higher self, with as coming through as a star, their higher self is much more evolved than their 3D self. So that's why I see that this is good, because even though their 3D self is still this childlike energy, or somebody that's young and evolving and getting to know themselves better, I do think their higher self is incredibly evolved. It definitely feels like an old soul here, and it feels like their higher self is guiding them and navigating them through their everyday life, but in a slow and steady manner. I think their higher self knows exactly what to give this person or what to introduce to them at the right time, in the right pace. So their higher self really keeps them in check, which is really nice to see. Their higher self is also very emotionally intelligent and very just evolved as a soul. So this doesn't feel like their first lifetime here on earth, but that's why even if they do have certain qualities of like a premature energy here in their 3D self, I know that they're on the right path because of how their higher self is presenting who this person will eventually become. I do think that they will become very very mature, very evolved as time goes on. And I think one thing in this life that they're focusing on right now is emotional intelligence and maybe how to keep their emotions under control, because that is something their higher self takes very seriously, is emotional intelligence and just emotions in general. And I think that's something this person is working on right now. Their higher self is definitely a dreamer. This is Aquarius energy. This is also that humanitarian energy. And that's why I was sensing like they really stand up for people. They stand up for the community. They stand up for if someone's getting bullied, someone's getting picked on. I could even see this person being a part of like protests, protesting against establishments and protesting for things that they believe in. So there's definitely a very strong like sense of humanity, humanitarian traits, and they really like love their community. They probably love their hometown. I feel like that's something I notice with people like this, is they either love their hometown or they like love a specific place that they really love to be there. They love to stand up for that place. But I do think they love people in general. But there's something about like community and people at large that they really do care about. Okay, zodiac signs. Like I said, this is Aquarius. This is Taurus and Gemini energy. I'm pretty sure. So Aquarius, Taurus, Gemini. This is Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. And then this is Seven of Crystals is Leo, because this is the Seven of Wands. Okay, this is Mars in Leo. Yeah, they definitely have like this larger than life personality as well. I think immediately you would be very drawn to this person's personality and their charisma and their confidence. And I definitely think they're like, they don't really like hide out in the back. You know, I think they're like front and center. They will talk to people. They can probably engage in conversation with anybody, and you know, they're the person like they could go somewhere and have zero friends there, but walk away with like multiple contacts. Now, I think no matter where they go, there's something about their communication skills that's really great, and they just love talking to people. They love getting to know people, and I think that they're very confident when they speak to people. But yeah, they do have this larger than life personality. For some of you, I even feel like their personality is like much larger than who they are. Like I'm thinking about that Chihuahua energy. So, for example, if this is like a very petite person, like a very petite woman or something, their personality would be like larger than that. And you would probably be kind of shocked that such a big personality could be in like such a little body. But that doesn't have to be for everybody. I'm just saying for some of you, there is like a larger than life personality in that scenario. But I think overall, they have a huge personality as well. Oh yeah, this is like truly like a cheerleader. Like they will be your cheerleader. They will always stand up for you. They will be there for you. They will defend you. Like that's what I'm seeing, is like they will defend what they believe in like to the end. And I think this person is open-minded, so it's possible for them to change their mind about something. So that's what I like as well. I don't think this person is set in stone. Obviously, they're going to stand up for what they believe in and they will defend it, but they're also open-minded. Oh, I need to replace this. They're also open-minded to where, you know, they're open to debates and discussions, and they will talk things through with you. They will have open discussions with people, and if they end up changing their mind about a subject, they will, and they'll probably be like, you know what, that makes a lot of sense. That's what I love about Aquarius energy, and also all this even this Gemini and this air energy, is because that is all about your intellect and your mind. And I think they're very open-minded. And I think this person is also very logical in a way as well. So if logic does prove something and scientifically something is proven to them, they'll be like, you know what, that's right. That makes sense. So they're very open-minded in that sense. But let me replace that. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I ended up grabbing a second one too. It's sitting here in case this one goes out so I don't have to get up again. But yeah, so that's like what I'm seeing. Definitely open-minded. That Aquarius energy is very strong with this person. I think for their career, they'd probably be doing something very practical. I feel like this person, I don't want to say they don't have like much of an imagination, but they're very kind of black and white. And I feel like I definitely see that with Aquarius people in our world, is like they're very black and white in a way. They're very like scientific, or they're very like set, like they're like by the book in a way. And I don't know why I'm feeling like they would have like a practical job, like a realistic job. And I'm sure they have some imagination, you know, but I think like there's like this, they don't rely on their creativity that much. And I think they'd rather just like, it makes them feel more comfortable if they had something that's more practical and like a, like I think they would consider it like a realistic job. Like for example, like an artist, you know, that's something that's unpredictable and maybe it's not as realistic, maybe it's not as practical to make a living as an artist. And I think they would want to do something that is more practical, that will make them money on an everyday basis. So I think this could be like a doctor, a lawyer, engineer. This could be somebody who is happy to work a 9 to 5. I think they enjoy having a routine in their life, and they also enjoy making a difference for something bigger. So, whatever it is they do for their career, I'm sure they love it. And especially if this person is still in school because they feel young, I do think they are pursuing a career path or a studies path that does align with their interests. But it's like they want to be a part of something bigger. And again, that goes back to that humanitarian energy. They want to contribute to like helping people or being a part of like a bigger organization that actually makes a difference in people's lives. But I think that they would not find like your traditional 9 to 5, your traditional career path, or like traditional office job, or like, you know, I'm even thinking of like an accountant, you know, they wouldn't find it boring. I think they would be very happy to do what they do because it's like they're helping out a larger system at play. But I do think they like that structure. And it almost feels like if they do not have structure in their life, their personality can kind of go a little crazy, or their brain can kind of go a little crazy. I think structure really defines them and keeps them grounded. I think when this person does not have that regular routine and structure in their life, they could definitely kind of feel lost and confused and feel like anxious. And, you know, some people really thrive with structure. So I think that's how this person is coming through as well. I do think for some of you, they're in school right now, they are studying for something. So again, I was thinking about like a doctor. Maybe this person is in like med school, they're in law school, they're just getting their bachelor's or master's. I think like education seems important to this person, or at least they're like getting the coursework done to do what they need to do. Like even if this is like a carpenter or somebody that's going to like build houses and things like that, they're still having to go to like carpenter school and they're still having to get that coursework done. But they definitely want to do something practical and like help a bigger picture at play. I'm trying to think, is there anything else that's coming out to me through this person? I don't know. I think that's it. I feel like they're young, they're evolving, they like to have fun, but they like structure, and they are definitely disciplined to some extent, even as a young person. And they're still kind of figuring out who they want to be and what they want in this lifetime. So let's get into the deck that you guys chose. So first, let's look at their career for, okay, Judgment. This also feels like wanting to help out the masses in some way with that dove on top. Also, immediately it made me think of, they don't know exactly what they want to do just yet. I do think they want to help people. They want to help the masses or help the community, but they don't know exactly what they want to do just yet. This is also the energy of someone who's still finding themselves, who's still working towards figuring out who they are. And I think right now in their life, they know they want to help the masses, but they don't know exactly what they want to do, and they're okay with that. I think this person is very patient with themselves. That's something that comes from their higher self, is this patience and allowing themselves to go one day at a time. I don't think this person rushes themselves necessarily, even if they are impulsive with certain things. I think, and like on a deeper level, they're not like rushing their career, they're not like forcing themselves to figure it out. I think that they might be confused, for sure. There is this sense of confusion, they're in this place of like an unknown, but they kind of have this idea of like, okay, I want structure, I want to help people, I'm okay to go to school for what I need to do. So they have that structure, but I think they are kind of confused, maybe a little lost, and still kind of figuring out what they want to do for their career. Let's see, what is their hobbies? Can we get anything for this person's hobbies, please? Daughter of Swords, again, more air. So Judgment is Pluto energy, actually. Yeah, they definitely want to, like, they want to have a career path that is going to cause a lot of helping and healing and like mass change for a lot of people around them. I think, like, even though they want structure, they want their job to be meaningful. I think they couldn't just do something that has no meaning to it. It has to like have meaning for the greater population in some way. So definitely like doctor, lawyer, engineer, like all of these things are definitely coming through. Daughter of Swords. That's so funny because that's like the exact same energy as the Knight of Swords, except in this one it's the daughter. So their hobby is repeating itself. I think this is somebody who is okay, so I think right now they're kind of a chatterbox. I think that they love to try new things and do new things and they talk a lot, but I think as this person evolves, they're going to listen more. Like I said, they're going to listen before they speak. They're going to observe more before they react. That is kind of the way they're evolving right now. But let me clarify this as a hobby. So like this could be, you know, writing, talking, maybe like podcasts, videos. Maybe this person likes to write papers or fiction. Let's clarify the Daughter of Swords as a hobby. The Empress, wow, okay. They want to connect with people even through their hobbies. So this person could do something where they are connecting with people, maybe online or even in person. Like there is like this community energy that's coming through again. But again, like speaking. So like videos, podcasts, maybe talking to like groups of people definitely is coming through. Maybe even like running like therapy sessions, groups for kids, something like that, because this is a very nurturing energy as well. So I think when it comes to career and hobbies, they definitely like to do things that is stemming from their heart, things that is actually making them emotionally fulfilled. This takes me back to that message of they can't just work to work. They can't just do things just to do things. Like it has to have a deeper meaning to them with what they are doing. But again, this feels like planting seeds within other people or within the community. This feels like I'm speaking to people. I want to help people in some manner. That's very interesting. And I think they're still figuring this out. I think for a lot of you, they might not even be here yet, but they're realizing like, I want to be emotionally fulfilled within my hobbies as well as within my career. I don't know. I'm going to sit with this. I'll come back to this. Let's get their age. Any rough age for group two's person here? Can we get a rough age? We already feel like they're young. Son of Swords. This is the exact same card. Again, you have Daughter of Swords and Son of Swords. Yeah, I think that is clarifying that you guys are very similar in age, or this person is young. They're definitely younger than you if you're older. But I would say they're in their early 20s. They're in like that late teens, early 20s energy. And you might also be in that same age group. And if not, if you're older than them, then they are younger than you. I don't think you're younger than them. I think that they would be younger than you, or you would be the exact same age as this person, which is late teens to early 20s. I definitely don't think they'd be older than like 27, 26, even 20, even 25. I think they would be maybe like 18 to 25 years old. Okay. But it's interesting, right? We have the same card essentially out here 3 times. So I think communication and mental energy is very important here. I think speaking, I think writing, anything to do with like words, it seems very, very important with this person. But also like getting their point across. They could want to be a public speaker. Maybe they're very good at public speaking. They could also be a writer. Like something about getting my words across, getting my point across. I guess this could even like lead to politics in some way because they're like speaking to the masses, trying to help the masses. Even like professor, like maybe they want to be a teacher, be a professor in some way. Maybe they want to have their own courses. Let's get a location for where was this person born? Oh, Hanged Man. I'm immediately thinking of a warm climate because this is Pisces energy. So I don't know why that made me think of a warm climate. Like I'm thinking about the water, but I'm thinking about it's really hot. So maybe they don't live in like a tropical place, but they live along the or not live. This is where they were born. Sorry, they were born in a tropical place, and it's along the equator somehow, and it's hot. And maybe they used to spend a lot of time outside, or like in this culture they spend time outside, but maybe there's like water nearby. But I don't think it's like I don't think they were born by the beach. They were born and grew up in a hot climate somewhere close to the equator at some part of the world. You know what? I think this person had a very good childhood. I think they had a good upbringing. I think life was very peaceful for them. I do think, I don't think they had life handed on a silver platter, but I do think they had a very good, easy life compared to a lot of people. And I think they probably had both of their parents present, or at the very least, if they did grow up with a single parent, that their parent was able to provide, enough. And I don't think this person grew up financially struggling in any way. I think they had a good family dynamic and life was pretty easy for them. I think that also kind of shows their current personality right now. Like they're not super troubled in any manner. I think they're very optimistic about life, optimistic about helping people as well. And I think that helping people definitely stems from their own family. So maybe their parents are in a profession of helping people. Maybe their parents are in like charitable work in some way. But I think because they had such a good home life, they want to like help others in some way. But yeah, for where they were born and where they're from, it's like somewhere around the equator and it's very hot. I don't know why it's coming through like that. It's very hot. Okay, so I think that's it. Is that it? Oh my God, look. I was randomly shuffling and I realized that's my last question. And then I looked at the bottom of the deck and we have the Lovers. Lots of birds coming out here as well. So I think birds could be significant in some way, but this is both of you. I think from the moment I sat down, I could tell you're very, very similar to each other, which is why I think so far the relationship dynamic will be very balanced, very equal, because you're both like literally from the same flock. You're from the same plant. I don't know what another analogy is. Like you're cut from the same cloth. Plant. Why would I say that? I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So I think that's more confirmation that something is very seamless here. You're very similar. You're probably like maybe even look very similar to this person, but your personality is definitely like to a T almost the exact same person, which is why I think you can like grow together and help each other and really evolve as people. And there's something about staying open-minded together as well. Okay, so now let's get into the last part of our reading where we look at your actual relationship. So we'll look at your energy, their energy, and the energy of the connection. So give me a second and I will get my cards out. Okay guys, so I have all of my cards laid out here. I kept the cards from earlier there and also here. So everything is here, but I am going to move it kind of out of the frame because we're going to have a lot of cards sitting on the desk now. So pretty much this is your energy in this connection, their energy in this connection, and this is the energy of the connection itself. And also, I don't know, like this could be the overall energy. This could be your energy in the very beginning. So I don't know, right? Because I think for the other groups, it was kind of like it showed me the earlier energies, but then for other groups, it showed like the overall energy. So I think it's kind of just whatever spirit thinks is more important to talk to you about. But this is your energy in the connection with this person. So group two's energy in this connection. Oh, it says, I'm yours. I feel like you're very like head over heels with this person. You're like falling in love with this person. You really like this person almost immediately. Wow, enlightenment. Oh wow, the Hanged Man. Virgo. Oh, home with the number 30. Wow, that's actually very positive. I think you really feel things just click for you when you meet this person. You really feel like home with this person. And I think almost instantly you start to fall for this person. I love that we have home and then we have Virgo, especially with the beaver, because this is making me think of Earth, Earth signs. And then we have Virgo, which is an Earth sign. So it's making me think of stability, hard work, putting in the time and effort on a regular basis, building this foundation with them. I think you are very serious about like the structure that you want to have with this person. I love that we have enlightenment because especially we saw that initial energy of that Eight of Swords and you were kind of in that cocoon. You're still figuring yourself out or maybe even afraid of coming out into the world, afraid to pursue things in your love life. So enlightenment really opens you up. It helps you realize that you are worth it. You are special. You are loved. I think there's so much enlightenment and you're just like, wow, like where has this person been my whole life? I'm so happy I met them. There is such a gratitude that I'm sensing from you, especially if you have been through some difficult relationships in the past. And I think it's really like opening your eyes, opening up your heart, opening up to realize like I can have a home with this person. I can build a life with this person. So your energy seems very practical, very realistic. Again, there's a lot of structure on your end as well. And it also feels like you're very patient with this person. You're very patient with yourself during this connection as well. And it's like you're like brick by brick, you're building something slow and steady with this person because you see that long-term potential. And I think you're just like 110% into this, wanting to build with this person. So I really love that energy. Now let's look at their energy towards this connection. Oh, it's just a rise and rise again. That's funny. Oh, forgiveness. Maybe if you already know this person, for some of you, they are forgiving you, or like they're forgiving maybe the previous relationship that you guys had. We have the Five of Swords. I'm going to keep that in the reverse. Oh, Cancer. That's sweet. We have the Lizard and Pitcher Plant with stagnation and the number 10, 11, 12. Okay, I think this connection brings this person out of a stagnation that they have been in, and especially out of any kind of mental conflict, emotional conflict, any kind of turmoil that they were experiencing within maybe themselves, within other people. I think the stagnation is more in their own life because we were talking about they're trying to figure out their life. They're trying to figure out what they want to do in their life. They're still young, they're still figuring it out, and they could have had this stagnation. You could have also been experiencing a stagnation before you meet them. And I think the moment they get into your energy, they are incredibly motivated again and they come out of this stagnation. It's like the wheels are finally turning after a period of rest for this person. And I think that they are able to work out of the stagnation. They're able to work out of any conflict that they were feeling, especially like mental turmoil, emotional turmoil. I also think they're able to forgive themselves. They're able to forgive maybe previous things that they have experienced. And this forgiveness is really just coming through as love with Cancer here. Cancer is a very nurturing energy. It's a very loving, providing energy. And I think that they're also incredibly patient with you, incredibly patient with this connection. But I do think they're like healing deeper things within themselves. Maybe they're forgiving somebody in their own past. Maybe if they were heartbroken before and they, put up walls around their heart. Maybe they're finally able to forgive somebody in their past because they see that they want to be whole with you. They want to be emotionally available with you. So it does feel like there's a lot of healing going on in their end. But I love Rise and Rise Again because it's just making me think of like Rise and Shine. It's like every day I'm ready to go. I'm motivated. So it feels like very good to come out of that stagnation. And they're in this, I'm ready to tackle every day. I wake up with a smile every day. I'm ready to rise and rise again every day. You know, that's what it feels like. It feels very motivating, very exciting. It almost feels like to some extent you give this person like a purpose. I know that sounds really crazy because obviously we should have a purpose that is greater than a relationship, but I do think that you help them so much and you give them that spark in their life to such an extent that it's like they're motivated by you. They're motivated by this relationship with you to become the best version of themselves, to become this provider or this partner for you. You know, you really give them that motivation to better themselves, and I love that energy here. Oh, there it goes. You know what? I actually brought the other one before I even sat down in case this happens. The only thing, it's kind of tough because I'm using these like, sometimes like there's literally been times with this where I like literally like melt the tip of my nail off. Anyway, let's attempt this. Ah, okay, we did it. I did not burn my nail. Well, I hope I didn't. Oh my God, I did. There's been times in the past where literally like it literally melts off the tip if my nails are too long, because it's like, it's kind of, because I don't want to like hold it in my hand and then light it and then attempt to put like a flame down when it's such a small tea leaf. What is this called? This little tea candle thing. Anyway, if this was like a normal big candle, I would totally hold it up and like hold it close. But I think like when it's so small, I don't want to mess with it. And especially like stuff on my desk is flammable. You know, I don't want to mess with that. Anyway, so what was I talking about? Oh yeah, so they really motivate you. Oh no, I mean you motivate them. I think you motivate each other. I also think this relationship brings out very traditional values within you, because I'm definitely seeing this as like a masculine energy with that provider and that like nurturing energy. And then I'm seeing this as a very feminine energy as well, because this is like, I want to take care of our home. I want to build a home with you. I want to take care of you in like that feminine aspect. And then they're almost like, okay, I want to take care of you in a more masculine aspect. So it does feel like this is more masculine, this is more feminine, but take that however it resonates with you, you know? Another thing is I do think you help this person evolve spiritually, because it feels like you are a bit more spiritual than them when you meet this person and you get into this relationship with this person. And also, you help them disconnect from negative people in their life. That's exactly what I thought when I saw this, because the Five of Swords, it talks about conflict. It talks about conflict with people that are bringing negative energies into someone's life, people that are manipulative or taking advantage of a scenario. And I think you help them realize, hey, like that person's not a good friend. You know, that person doesn't deserve to be in your life. And I think because of that, they're able to really walk away from people and like remove people that are just not meant for them. I think that because they love people and they love the community and they're such a humanitarian, I think they always see the good in people. So you almost help them realize, hey, like that's actually not a good person. You know, I think you can be a little bit more detached from your emotions and view something objectively and be like, that's not what a friend does. This is not healthy behavior. So I do think you kind of help them see through their rose-colored glasses sometimes, which seems nice, but it definitely feels like you're going to take care of each other, and you're both really motivating each other. I see a lot of love from you to this person, and I also think you really see their potential, so you like really help them try to become the best version of themselves. And I think in a lot of ways that gives you a lot of satisfaction as well. Like I could totally see you being like a mom, you know, one day wanting to be a mom. There's a very nurturing, loving energy from you, maybe even like a stay-at-home mom or like a homemaker kind of an energy from your side as well. Okay, that's what I'm seeing for this. So let's look at the energy of the connection itself. Oh, I love it. Four of Fire. Prosperity, contentment, celebration. Even this looks just like this. Like, doesn't this look like two just very similar people? We're cut from the same cloth. We're both fun and silly and goofy in our own ways. So again, I feel like that shows that you're very, very similar to this person. But this is literally like engagement, celebration, happiness. This is also like marriage. This could be happy home life. So I think no matter what your relationship is like, or yeah, like you're always fun and laughing and goofy with this person. Maybe you guys have funny dance moves. Maybe you love to dance. There's a lot of like celebration of our relationship within this connection. I think you really complement each other really, really well. And it's just like two peas in a pod. Rest and rejuvenate. I love this. You have 2 4s. That is a very lucky number. I think there's a lot of comfort here. There's a lot of like there's a lot of loyalty, there's a lot of structure, but there's this energy of like I feel like I can trust you. Like you are loyal to me, I am loyal to you, to the point where we can literally rest and rejuvenate and be at peace. You know, there's this level of contentment because of how well we click together. Like this is not a hectic, chaotic situation, and you just complement each other so well, and it just feels so peaceful, so down to earth, so loving, and so caring. I love it. Definitely fours are a number for this connection. So if you start to see a lot of fours, it could be talking about this person coming into your life. But that's what I'm seeing here, you guys. So now we're going to go into the extended, and we're going to look at, do you already know this person? Where are they right now? Are they ready for you? What could speed up or slow down union? How could you meet each other? And we'll also get advice. So all of this is going to be in the extended. The extended is available for a one-time purchase, or it's available as a part of the subscription. You can do whichever you want if you're interested. If you are looking at the subscription, though, make sure you read the tiers properly. The extendeds are a part of the second tier. But yeah, if this is where I'm leaving you off, thank you so much for letting me give you this reading. Thank you for all of your support here on my YouTube channel. And if you're interested in a private reading, go ahead and email me. My email is in the description below. We can book a one-on-one reading, like a live reading via Zoom, or we can do a pre-recorded reading as well. But yeah, so thank you guys so much, and either I'll see you in the extended or I'll see you next time. Bye, guys. Hey guys, if you chose this Hierophant with the Tarot of the Divine with this blue slag glass, this is your group. Hello, group number 3. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys for all of your support, whether it is your first time on my channel or if you have watched my readings before. Thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it. So let's go over our breakdown. Like I mentioned, we do have this extended. So first, we're going to start off here on YouTube. We're going to start off with the bowl of traits. Now, pretty much this is optional. I have a huge bowl of traits where I'm just going to pull some for fun. You know, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, right? Like it's just for funsies. So you can totally skip this if you want to. Then after that, we're going to dive in with tarot to see all about this person. We're going to look at personality, appearance, any zodiac signs that want to come up. We'll also look at their higher self versus their 3D self. We'll look at career, hobbies. We'll also try to get their age, roughly their age, and where they're from. We'll also see what is the relationship like between the two of you. So we'll look at your energy in the connection, their energy in the connection, plus the actual energy of the connection itself. And yeah, so that's what we're doing here on YouTube. This is pretty much all about them in a way, and then the relationship. And then in the extended, I'll talk about this at the end, so it's kind of like a smooth transition into that extended. But yeah, welcome. I am very happy to be here with you guys today. Here is my bowl of traits, and I haven't used this in a while, but pretty much I have a bunch of traits in this bowl, and I'm just going to pick some and we'll just see what is going to come up. I'm just going to move this for now, and we'll just see what comes up. And like I said, it's just for fun, you know, we'll just see anything about this person, anything about the relationship. Whoa, I need to be careful not to catch it on fire. Okay, I think that's good. Maybe I'll remove a few. Okay. Okay, should I remove some more? I don't know. That's a lot. Let's see what's going on. We have sexual. Okay, take that however you want to take that. Stylish. The initial S could be significant since we already see that out here twice. We have sweet tooth, another S. Okay, it's interesting. Cats. They could have cats. That also made me think of the Broadway musical. So maybe they're into theater, but it could be the physical cat as well. Oh, one fell on me. We have receiving gifts. So maybe they like to receive gifts from their partner. Oh my God, we have cats and dogs. So maybe just animals in general or pets in general. We have history buff. It's complicated. That is so funny to me. I don't know why. For some of you, maybe you know this person, or maybe they have a complicated relationship with something else. So I think this could be interpreted in many different ways. We have North America. We have teacher. They could be a history teacher. They could also be a geography teacher, or even if they're not a physical teacher, maybe they know so much about it because, like, if they're a history buff, maybe they naturally teach people about the subject that they're interested in. They could even like teach people online, you know, through like videos. We have short hair. We have photographer. We have long-term relationship. You could actively be with this person. Maybe for some of you, you could be on and off with this person since we do have, it's complicated. For others of you, if you don't know who this is at all, then it's possible that they are looking for a long-term relationship, and maybe that's the type of connection you have with this person. Honesty / loyalty. Lean body. So we have short hair, lean body. I think that's, we also have stylish, but that is, you know, subjective. Oh my God, theater / Broadway. I literally said this. That's crazy because when I saw cats, I thought about the pets, but I immediately thought about the Broadway musical Cats. So that's really crazy. We have water signs. This person could enjoy going to the theater, or they could be a part of the theater. We have humor. And then we have practical / rational. Okay, so this was just for fun, but that is what I'm seeing for these little traits. Let me clean this up and I'll see you guys in just a second. Okay guys, I'm back. I have a deck here that I split up into 3 groups. So we have the major arcana here, we have the court cards here, and then we have the rest of the deck in this pile. So pretty much I'm going to pull one from each, and this is going to give us the overall picture about this person that you're going to be in your next serious relationship with. So let's get right into it. And also the major arcana is going to talk about their higher self, and then the court card is going to talk about their 3D self. So let's see, for group 3's next serious relationship, who is this person group 3 is going to be in a serious relationship with? With the Hierophant here being your intro card, you could be traditional. Maybe you come from a traditional family, traditional cultural backgrounds, and maybe you're looking for a traditional relationship, traditional marriage kind of a situation. Because this is making me think of like a specific culture. Maybe you are also looking for somebody that is a part of your culture. For some of you, there's just something about culture that's really coming up with this image here for the Hierophant. But let's see, one card for the major arcana / higher self of group 3's person here for their next serious relationship. Okay, taking a while. That's okay. Group threes. One major arcana card for group threes. All about group threes, next serious relationship. Okay, let's move on to the court cards and we'll come back to the major arcana. That's interesting. Their higher self is taking a while to come out. Okay. Queen of Wands. All right, this is the rest of the deck. Two. Okay, I'll take both. All right. Oh, you have the Ace of Pentacles and wow, okay, this is really fun. This is a really fun energy. Ace of Pentacles, Six of Wands, Queen of Wands. Oh, this is a firecracker. Okay. I'm like instantly awake. All right, let's get one card from the Major Arcana pile, please. The Sun. Oh, I saw the Sun, but it didn't want to come out. The Emperor. Okay, wow, you have a lot of fire here. And this is interesting because I was thinking, I was like, this could be feminine or masculine, because when I saw the Queen of Wands, I instantly wanted to say that this could be the King or Queen of Wands. And then we see the Emperor, so I think that also kind of shows us like this could be masculine or feminine energy. I also think that this person's higher self is more masculine, and yeah, their higher self is more masculine, but their 3D self is more feminine. So this could be, okay, maybe I take that back. The longer I sit with this energy, I am getting more feminine in the 3D body. So I think I will refer to this as more of a divine feminine energy that is coming through for this next serious relationship person. But interpret it however you want. You know, I think interpret it however you want. So, okay, I want to start with this because this is what instantly made me very excited. Ace of Pentacles and the Six of Wands. This is somebody who's definitely a dreamer. They have big dreams, big goals, big aspirations in this lifetime. The Six of Wands is Leo. It is Jupiter in Leo. So this makes sense with like that Broadway energy that I felt earlier. This person definitely loves to be center of attention. They love to be on stage. They love to be under that spotlight in some way. And with Jupiter in Leo, they crave that expansion when it comes to their status, but they're really good at it. I don't think this is like some person that is just chasing fame and it's like not happening for them, and like it's, you know what I mean? Like sometimes there's some people that are like wanting to be famous but they kind of look silly in the process of doing it. I don't think this is the case. This person, it's like naturally in their soul, maybe even in this lifetime, that they achieve some level of fame and status. I think they probably have a prominent 10th house, which talks about, you know, status, reputation, the public eye, public image, all of these things. I think a lot of people look up to this person. A lot of people admire this person. They could also be very, very physically attractive with so much fire here. I mean, even the word sexual that we saw earlier, I do think they have a very big sex appeal when it comes to their physical body. And I think that is another thing that helps them. I'm not saying that they, you know, that they are a sexual person, but I think that they see that it is an asset. You know, they're very attractive, and I think they use that to find their way to the status that they are craving in some way. I'm not saying they are using sex to become famous, but I think this person, they're very savvy with what they have. They will use what they have. And, you know, I don't want that to come off in a bad way because I'm getting really good vibes from this person. But especially with that Emperor being their higher self, I mean, I think naturally they just use all the tools that they have in front of them. They don't really shy away from doing what they need to do to get to where they want to go. They're very, very determined. But I do think in this lifetime, their goal is to be famous or have that status in some way. Now, I will say for some of you, this could be somebody who, even though they are destined for fame, it doesn't have to be that they're like center of attention. like what I'm trying to say is there could be that anonymous energy for some of you. For example, like I think this energy, this could be somebody who wants to be an influencer, wants to be a model, wants to be like center in all of their videos, and all of their content revolves around them, which is totally fine. But I also think this is the energy of somebody that could also kind of be behind the scenes, and like you see their work but you don't really see who they are. So I think this could really go either way, because I think that their purpose in this lifetime is something that is very big, and then they know that. I think the older this person gets, they realize, okay, this is my destiny, and it is like destined for the public eye, it is destined for big things. But it doesn't always have to be that they are the ones that are in that image. Like for example, right, the influencer model, every video, every photo is of their face, of them, everything revolves around them. That could be a case for some of you. But for others of you, I'm thinking about like that photographer energy that we saw earlier, or a director. You know, maybe they want to direct a movie, maybe they're very crafty in film, and you know, they want to become like the next big director, but that doesn't mean that they are center of attention. So it feels like their destiny and their energy is that big, bold, I'm going to create these waves, you know, in the world that I'm living in, kind of an energy. But I do think for a lot of you, it doesn't have to be that they are center of attention. They could be behind the camera, but they, you know, win like director of the year, or like their films are winning awards, you know, but it's not necessarily them, but it is their craft, it is what they are putting out there. This could even be like an author as well, in that sense, like they are destined to be, you know, a very famous author, but you know, but they're writing books, they're creating fiction, they're creating content. So there's something here about they're some kind of a content creator, or they create art in some manner. But definitely this person is destined for something really big in this lifetime, and they just shine. So that's why when I saw the sun, I was like, oh, that's interesting if the sun wants to come out, because this person, they have such a big light. They're very like noticeable or recognizable. Their energy is very recognizable, and it's like they're just a light. You know what I mean? With almost anything that they do, I think people just notice them, people are gravitated towards them. So they definitely have this inner light that shines very, very brightly. So that's why I was like, thought it would be very cool if the actual sun came out for their higher self. But then we have the Emperor, where the sun is there, you know, and the Emperor is Aries. So we see Jupiter in Leo, but Leo could be significant. They could even be a Leo rising. We have Ace of Pentacles. So this is Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn, Earth signs. But the Queen of Wands, she's Pisces and Aries. And then the Emperor is Aries. So we have Aries out 3 times. But there is Pisces here as well. So definitely Aries, you know, and that's the thing about this person, is like nothing can get in their way. Aries is very headstrong, and it is going to do what it wants to do, even if it's kind of destructive on its path. I think that this person really prioritizes themselves. I don't want to say they're selfish, because they're not selfish, you know, but I do think they will put themselves first. They will put their goals and their dreams first. I think this is still a very caring and loving person, and you know, I think you would still have a very loving, nurturing relationship with them, but they definitely need the type of partner that will support them on their endeavors, because their dreams are not going to shrink, their light is not going to shrink. They could never be with somebody that wants to dim that light within them. They also need freedom and independence in relationships, but in life in general, I don't think anybody could like trap this person or put them in a box or tell them what to do. But at the same time, they're incredibly loyal. You know, we did see that as a trait that comes out, and especially with the Queen of Wands here and that Pisces energy, they're incredibly loyal. You know, I think that they're very dependable, but at the same time, they want to be able to pursue their dreams. They want to be able to have that freedom and independence. I don't think this person likes when people smother them in relationships. They don't like it when they feel like they're on a leash in these relationships. And that's probably another reason that they're single or stay single, because I think for them, it's hard for them to pursue the career path that they want to pursue, because clearly their career path is very destined. I think that you cannot change that with them, and they already know, like, this is my purpose, this is my destiny. So I think that in the past, they come across people that try to dim their light, that try to change them. And I think you just can't do that. You know, they know their purpose very well, and they're going to go and get every single last bit of it. So I think they need a partner that is supportive, that understands. This is even making me think of an athlete, because I was just thinking about this hockey player where he's like, I don't know if you guys are into hockey, like ice hockey, but this is so random, okay? But I immediately was thinking about Connor McDavid from Edmonton Oilers. I don't know if anybody knows anything about hockey, or who, I don't know. I don't, probably not. I have no idea. But anyway, he's like considered the best hockey player of our generation. He's 29 years old. So, and then but this is his, like, he's very similar to this energy, like Capricorn sun. He literally is the best hockey player. He started playing hockey at like the age of 5 or 10 or something, like ridiculously young. And his wife, you know, he's married, and his wife is incredibly supportive, and his wife has, you know, spoken about the fact that like this has always been his destiny, this has always been his purpose, and she is just here to cheer him on. Like, she could never take this away from him. Like, he was always planning on being the best hockey player of our generation, and it was literally like it is part of his destiny. So like that's what I'm kind of sensing. Like, this person could be an athlete, they could be in the movie industry, they could be a musician, whatever field they're in, though, they are destined to hit heights for a generation, you know, in this generation, in that field. And I think that whether you are their wife or husband, or, you know, whoever you are in this relationship with them, I think you would just have to accept, like, this is who they are. They still love me, they're still incredibly loyal to me, but I cannot get in the way of their vision, of their goals, of where they're trying to go every single day on this like step-by-step thing. And like, she's talked about it before, how she gives him that freedom. She obviously, they're married, so there's a lot of trust there, but and she like travels with him for all the games and all these things, right? But that's what I'm trying to say, is like, it's somebody who's really destined for something great. And that Capricorn sun is coming through very strongly now that I'm thinking about him, because Capricorn suns are incredibly devoted to their work. So this again could be somebody that has that Capricorn sun with a fire rising, like specifically Cap sun with a Leo rising, and maybe a water moon. So like a Pisces or a Cancer moon. I don't think this person would have Scorpio in their big 3. They probably don't have a lot of Scorpio in their chart. I don't know why. I'm not really sensing Scorpio, but I am sensing that devotion and that loyalty coming through Cancer or Pisces. So yeah, that's like what I'm sensing. I think their big 3 could really be divided with Earth, specifically Cap Sun, and then water, and then fire. Okay, anyway, yes. I also think they take opportunities that come. So I mean, whether it's gigs, whether it's collaborations, whether it's whatever it is, I think that they will always take the little building blocks and the little opportunities that can get them to where they want to be, which is essentially the greatest of a generation, or to work their way up in some kind of way which is really aligned to their destiny. Now, to talk about their higher self, I'm really spending a lot of time about their physical self, their 3D self. And that's really interesting because their higher self is very evolved. But I think in this lifetime, a lot of emphasis is on the 3D body, because a lot of the emphasis is about who they are right now on this earth as a person, such as that athlete or that musician or that actor or that author. But for some reason, their higher self, they're incredibly wise. I mean, we have the Emperor, you know, as their higher self. I think this is definitely an evolved soul. I also think this soul has attempted to do this in previous lifetimes, but have always fell short, maybe through circumstances of where their 3D body was, you know, whatever was going on in the world at that time. It feels like this has been a trial and error for this soul. This is definitely an old soul, and they just haven't been able to do this in previous lifetimes. And for some reason, it's finally working out for them in this lifetime. Like, they're in the right, like, their 3D self is in the right place. It was born at the right time. It grew up in the right circumstances. It's pursuing the right things. That's why this person, they're very like clicked in, like, this is my purpose, this is my destiny, and I'm doing it now in this lifetime. And it's because their higher self has fixated them in that sense because it's failed in the past. And that's why I think their higher self kind of guides them. You know, it's a very wise and evolved higher self. It's an old soul, and it guides them, and it shows them step by steps. But I think that right now they're not the center of attention. I think everything revolves around their 3D self in this lifetime, and this person could be intuitive, but I just don't think they're that. I mean, I think they definitely have an intuition, but I just don't know if they're intuitive in the sense of like you and I don't know who I'm talking to, but like I would obviously consider myself an intuitive, you know. So I think a lot of my viewers are intuitive people, but I just think they would probably be even less intuitive. But that doesn't, again, you know, I don't want to say that and have you think anything negative about their character. I think they're still a great person, but I don't know. I just am not getting that they're very intuitive, but I think their higher self is doing that for a reason, because it's almost like their higher self does not want to distract this person from their destiny in this lifetime, because again, they finally are able to do it. Like imagine if you've tried to do something for literally like multiple lifetimes and you've always failed. Then the moment that you're actually able to do it in a lifetime, then it's all hands on deck, right? Like there's nothing that's going to get in this person's way. So that's kind of what it is. And I think even their higher self kind of pulls back. I think they do send them signs and synchronicities and do talk to them through their intuition, but I think that they don't overdo it and they don't want to like mess up their process. I don't know why it's coming through like that. That's really what I'm seeing. I really love this energy. I think it's very cool to channel somebody like this because I'm curious like who this is in the world. You know, this could be like the next big star, the next big athlete. This could be somebody who's already well known. If they are well known, I think they would have at least some social media. So, you know, maybe they have like Instagram, or if at the very least they have some social media, you know, even if it's like the littlest of things and they don't post that often, I think they would still have something, or they're part of a lot of content. So for example, that like athlete example, maybe their team posts a lot of videos of them, you know, even if it's not directly this person posting on social media, their team or their PR people, like they would post of this person, even if they're a musician or something, you know, whatever it is. I think that this person definitely to some extent has some kind of an online presence, even if it doesn't revolve around their like, because I don't think I mean, I don't know. For some of you, they could be big on social media. Others of you, it's like they have it because they're almost forced to have it for PR reasons. But yeah, okay, that is what I'm seeing. But obviously, an incredibly confident person, very, very physically attractive in this lifetime, and very athletically built as well in this lifetime. Like they just have a nice body. So it definitely helps in whatever field that they're in. Their body definitely helps them out and their image, but also they're incredibly creative and they have a very creative mind. And even if it's like a sport, I think they're very creative. They have a huge IQ in that sport. They're like very good at what they do as well. But yeah, very cool energy, you guys. I really like this. So I'm gonna keep going now with the deck you guys chose. The reason I got that message of, oh my god, no, this happens, but sometimes where it's like ash from my candles. Like sometimes, does that ever happen where like candle kind of explodes and it gets like ash, like right when I light it? I hope you can't see that. I think I did a good job of wiping it off. Okay. What I was saying is the reason that I feel that this higher soul, the higher self of this person, the reason they fell short in previous lifetimes is the way there's these mountains surrounding this emperor. And this emperor is old, clearly, you know, and it feels like they've always hit some hurdles in previous lifetimes on this journey, you know, but always hit these hurdles. This is an old soul, you know, they're just like one of these years, you know, like this is, I think their higher self is just like waiting for this to happen because they've always hit these mountains and these hurdles. But then we look at their 3D self now and there's no obstacles in the way. So that's what feels like it's finally the right time for this person and for this higher soul to achieve what they are meant to achieve after a lot of trial and error. Okay, so, and now I'm gonna go in with the deck you chose, give it a little shuffle, and definitely like short hair, because this person kind of has short hair, but this person also has facial hair. So I guess like this kind of hair with facial hair could be significant, but short hair could also be significant. Even like a bob or like shoulder length hair for some of you, if it's, you know, someone who dresses feminine and all that. But I think just short hair, they could have darker skin, but this person has lighter skin, so I don't know. I think skin could go either way. They could be tan. Okay, very cool. So now let's see, what is their current career? Even though I feel like we've been talking about their career this entire time, but let's see. Let me just... Okay, for group 3's person, can we get any information about their current career? Wow. 4 of Cups. And the way this is like a very abundant image, there's like a lot of luxury here. There's like china, and there's like, it looks really fancy and expensive. It also looks very happy. For their career right now, they're definitely doing very well. I think this person, it could already have this level of status, or they are already well on their way of getting that recognition and pursuing that destiny in this lifetime, which makes me think that they are a little bit older. I would say this person is at the very least like in their 20s, or like in their early 20s at the very least. I just feel like they wouldn't be younger than that. They wouldn't be younger than like 20, because they're already established in their career. They're already making good money. You know, they have this level of abundance, and they're already living a comfortable life that they are happy with. You know, I think this person wants to keep going and keep building on this lifetime, but I just think they can't be that young, because to achieve that level of status and comfort and financial security within their career, they have to be at least a little bit older, you know? So I feel like age, definitely like not younger than 20, but yeah, I think they're definitely well known in what they do, and it's a 4, right? So there's still room for growth, but they're very happy and very comfortable with what they already have. So they're well on their way. And I think that's another reason that if you were to meet them today, you know, you can't really like tell them to stop doing this, because they're already in it. It's already their career. It's already their everyday lifestyle, their routine. They've already built a life through this. So you can't, that's why it's like they want somebody that actually fits well with this career, with this life that they have already built, and not somebody that wants to come in and change it, because they quite literally cannot change it. You know what I mean? Like maybe they have a contract, maybe there's other things in place where this is their career, you know, this is their life. They can't just change it. So then let's look at their hobbies. 4 of Cups. Oopsies. I guess I'll take both. 4 of Cups is Moon in Cancer. Didn't I say that? That's crazy, right? Because I literally said they could have their moon in Cancer or Pisces. So that's very accurate, because I was like, I feel like they're a Capricorn sun with a fire, maybe probably a Leo rising, and then a Cancer or Pisces moon, and this is literally a Cancer moon. That's crazy. I really give myself the chills sometimes. Okay, for their hobbies, this 9 of Wands looks kind of crazy. Okay, this feels like a very charitable person for their hobbies, because they're definitely doing well financially, or they're well on their way to make good money financially, right? So it feels like they want to help. They could also donate a lot. And I know that's not really like a hobby, but I think that whenever this person is they're not frugal, but they're very minimal, which I think is very nice because even with this being a 4, but it's a very luxurious 4, they don't feel the need to just keep spending money on themselves, and they don't feel the need to just have like buy. They're not a big consumer. And I think they live very minimal. Their lifestyle is very minimal. Obviously, they like the nicer things because they can afford it, or they're on their way to affording these things, but it does feel like whenever they have extra, they like to donate, they like to give to charity, they like to give back to people that don't have as much as them. There could also be something here about, when it comes to hobbies, something about like helping younger kids. So this could be in whatever field that they're in. Maybe they help kids in like camps and, like summer camps for kids and athletes, and or even musicians. There's like camps and little activities with the community and stuff like that. I feel like they could want to be a part of the community in some way. And there's something about children that's coming through. So maybe they kind of had a rough childhood or really had to work for what they have, and they want to give back to other kids that don't have as much as them. Another thing for hobbies, they could like to build with their hands, or like build furniture, or like restore things. Again, there's a sense of community here too. Like maybe they want to help people restore their homes, or help people restore things that they lost, or like if they can't afford something, they want to help them in that sense. But they really like, they do a lot of community work, or they want to do a lot of community work in their free time. They're also definitely coming through as like a humanitarian kind of an energy as well. I guess that's like not really saying much more about hobbies, but that's kind of what I'm seeing with that. Okay, so we did say they're probably young, like at the very least 20, but can we get more specifically how old, or a rough age for this person, please? A rough age. We have the 9 of Cups, and that's a very sweet image on this too. Okay, so 9 of Cups for their age. This is Pisces. This is Jupiter in Pisces. That's interesting. You have Jupiter out twice. You have Jupiter in Pisces, or they have Jupiter in Pisces and Jupiter in Leo. Yeah, holy cow. They are really destined. Their like 10th house is probably exploding with energies. Let me see. 9 of Cups. So they could have a Pisces birthday, which, what is that, like second half of February, first half of March? Hmm. I don't know when Jupiter would be in Pisces, so I don't know. Maybe look up like the year, the last time Jupiter was in Pisces, or what years that falls under. But I will say they're coming through as mature. So at the very least, I just feel like they would not be younger. Now I'm going to even go higher. I would say they're probably not younger than 25. That's like what it's really coming through as. Definitely older, mature, wiser. Now, where is this person from? Can we get anything about their hometown? Where they were born, where they grew up? Where is this person from? Ooh, okay. They could have definitely had a rough childhood with that 8 of Swords. Maybe that's another reason they, like I said, they care about the community or children, because they had a rough life themselves and they want to give back to other kids that had a rough life. This could definitely be a self-made person. Um, Maybe that's another reason they're very minimal, because they never had a lot of money to begin with. There was something I was gonna say. Yeah, maybe like a rough childhood. Oh my god, this is Jupiter in Gemini. You have Jupiter out here 3 times. somewhere cold. I definitely think somewhere cold and like icy or snowy. Snow, ice, snow-capped mountains. A place that's cold is definitely coming through. I'm definitely seeing ice. Let's clarify about this location, please. When they were younger, they probably had a lot of anxiety and overwhelmed about if they could ever get out of that lifestyle or get out of that life. I think this person definitely had to work very hard for what they have. So I'm definitely feeling like they could be self-made to some extent. And again, their childhood doesn't have to be as intense as this image is right here, but I definitely think they did not have life handed on a silver platter for a lot of them. They had to work for what they have. Oh, and that's another reason why I was going to say this is another reason their partner can't take this away from them, because they worked probably their entire life to achieve this lifestyle or to achieve this career path, this success, and they're not just going to let somebody come in, somebody that they just met, come in and just take their entire life's worth of hard work and perseverance. You know what I mean? It's like they really need somebody that's going to fit in like a glove in their life, just that perfect puzzle piece. But that's another reason they're not going to ruin their career over a relationship. They would never do that. Um, I definitely think they grew up in some level of tradition. I felt that in the very beginning as well. So they could come from a very traditional family or a very like cultural background. And maybe once you get to know this person, you get to know their background and their culture as well. I definitely think they were born in the country that they're from. So, for example, like if we're thinking about like China, hypothetical example, because this image is making me think of China. Hypotheticals, if they come from a very traditional Chinese family, then they were probably born in China. But I also feel like they've probably traveled and stuff since then, and maybe they don't live there anymore, but very traditional, and they were born in their home country for sure. Very, very deep roots with their or with their culture. Okay, this is what I'm seeing for them. I'm going to switch into our last part of the reading where we look at your relationship. So we'll look at your energy, their energy, and the energy of the connection. So I will be right back. Okay, you guys, I have the rest of my cards out here. I have these from earlier, and then I also have all the other cards right here on the actual deck. Now, I do want to say something that I realized with this higher self as I was shuffling for my other cards. Is like, remember when I was trying to shuffle for the higher self card, it just wouldn't come out, and it took a long time for the higher self to reveal itself. And it's interesting because I was talking about how in this lifetime it's all about their 3D self, and their higher self kind of hides in the background and doesn't really make themselves known all that often. I thought that was so interesting because we kept shuffling and shuffling for that card, and the rest of the cards, the 3D cards, they all came out fairly quickly. And then I had to go back and I almost like forced this higher self to reveal itself to us. And I just thought that's so interesting, knowing that the higher self is kind of hiding, not hiding, but they're in the background. You know, they don't, in this lifetime, it's just like not about them, it's about the 3D person. I just thought that was so interesting. So that's going to stay right there. And I'm probably going to run out of space because there's a lot of cards here, but this is going to be your energy in this connection. This is their energy in the connection, and this is the connection itself. Now, I also will say, with the other groups, like I just kind of channeled for like your energy, their energy, but I don't know when. For some of you, this could be your overall energy in the connection. This could be when you first meet them, energy in this connection, when you're first getting to know them. This could be the more long-term energy. I don't know. So I think just kind of take it however it resonates, but let's see. We'll start with you. Let's see what is group 3's energy in this connection. You have it still hurts, growth, Queen of Cups, Jupiter again for the 4th time. Oh my gosh. Maybe you have some prominent Jupiter placements too. Like we are just seeing Jupiter over and over and over again. We have the Coil and Gooseberry with Anticipation. Oh, your energy is very specific, group 3. I think you're healing from something that hurt you in the past, especially with the Queen of Cups here, with the growth, with the it still hurts. I think that this is your early energy when you first get into the relationship with this person, or when you first meet them. I don't even think you would be in a relationship with them yet with this energy. Maybe you are, I don't know, because it seems hesitant. I think by the time you meet this person, you have already experienced some heartbreak from your past. And I am thinking that this is from a previous relationship. So, I think that you are kind of closed off. You're not really looking for love when you meet this person. I think you're still healing and growing from things in the past. But it almost feels like the universe gives you some time to heal from whatever this previous heartbreak was. And then they introduce this person to you to kind of ease you back into loving again. And especially with the Queen of Cups, it feels like there is a lot of potential here for this connection with this person. But I think when you first meet them, you're a little hesitant on the relationship because of your own previous heartbreak. And it's very specific. You got your heart broken before you met this person. So let me quickly see what's going on with them on their side here. So this would be your person's energy in this connection. We have be patient. Aw, that is so sweet. They know that you felt pain in the past, and they're being patient with you. And they know that, they don't want to hurt you. They don't want you to be triggered. They know that you're still, like letting them in slowly. And I think they're incredibly patient with you. They're not one to rush into anything. And we even said like they're very picky on their partner because they have a very specific type of person they want to be with. So this person doesn't just date just anybody, so I think if they see you and they really like you and they feel like you're worth it, then obviously they're going to be incredibly patient with you as you learn to trust them. Oh wow, soulmate. The Empress. Divine Feminine on both sides here. We have 12th house. Okay, I'm gonna move that out of the way. Oh, Devotion with the number 5. I think that's 5. The Sheep and Blackberry with Devotion. Wow. They absolutely... I actually think this is them viewing you as a Divine Feminine. And it's interesting because their higher self is literally the Emperor. And they view you as their Empress. So clearly there is a soulmate connection here on a much higher level between the two of you. And I think that's another reason. I think you recognize each other right away as like, oh, this is some kind of a soul connection that I have with this person. But I think obviously your 3D self has gone through a heartbreak or maybe multiple heartbreaks up until this point, and you're just taking it very slowly to get involved with this person, especially emotionally. But I think right away both of you can recognize, okay, this is a soulmate connection. It's definitely very prominent on their side. I think they are the ones, especially with their 12th house here, they are the ones that are almost like awakening to this first. Maybe this is when their higher self is really coming through to them and saying like, hey, like that's your person. Like they're almost, sending the signs and synchronicities and making it very known to this person almost right away from when they first meet you. It's like something they just can't shake off. Like, okay, there's something very very specific with group 3, very intense with group 3, and it definitely feels like I've had past life connections with group 3, and it feels like I have some kind of a soulmate connection with them as well. And it's interesting how we were talking about this person not being intuitive, but here we see that their third eye has been activated. So that also makes me feel like when you meet this person, it actually helps them open up their third eye a little bit more, because something about your soul connection is very intense to where maybe this is when their higher self is coming back and saying like, hey, like there is something more going on here. So I do think the connection with you, it feels like you are a bit more intuitive than them. So it feels like, or at least they've been intuitive, but they haven't had that awakening yet. But it feels like them meeting you and this connection with you will really activate their third eye and help them grow intuitively a bit more as well. but they really feel like you are absolutely the one, absolutely the soulmate that they're looking for. And I feel like this is how they view you. So they literally view you as that divine feminine. I feel like, especially with their higher self being the emperor, it does feel like they could probably be the more masculine energy in this sense for some of you, but it just feels like there is a counterpart energy here and they can sense that almost right away. But whatever it is, they put you on a pedestal, you know, whether you're coming through as a masculine energy or feminine energy, because this could either easily be the King of Cups as well. So they just feel like you're very, like they're just drawn to you right away, and that's why they're going to stay patient with you, because they know they don't want to scare you away, but at the same time they want you to heal with them. They want you to like place these burdens on them. They're literally like, I'm here to absorb it from you, I'm here to help you through this. Even this devotion, it feels so loving and tender and nurturing. And I think maybe that's another reason we see the Empress on their side, is because the Empress, whether this is a masculine or feminine energy, this is a very nurturing energy. It's loving, it's nurturing, it's a very parental energy. And I think that they see the hurt that you've been through, they see what you have gone through in your life, and they want to nurture you and love you and take care of you. So there's this provider energy that's coming from them as well. So I love that we see devotion here. So they definitely are like, that soulmate radar is like going off for them for the first time ever. And they're also like not sure why they're so drawn to you, because we see that they're very picky, they're very, you know, single, they kind of just focus on career, but they just can't help but be so drawn to you. And I think for you, part of your lesson in getting to know this person is healing from the past. And also there's a lesson here that's Spirit wants you to realize, group 3, that not everyone is going to hurt you. This could even be one of the first relationships where somebody genuinely loves you, genuinely takes care of you, wants to provide for you, wants to be there for you. And I think like you just haven't felt this level of genuine love before. And I think the universe is really showing to you like it's time that you see that true love does exist. Because I think you could have, you know, had these walls up around your heart. Obviously, if you've been hurt multiple times, then you're like very skeptical, you know, you don't really want to, maybe even kind of cynical when it comes to love and long-term relationships. But it's like the universe wants you to have that growth within yourself and within your heart to realize, wow, I can be loved. There is love out there. There is somebody that can love me. So I think that especially with the Jupiter here, Jupiter is all about expansion and growth. So I think for you, there's a lot of heart chakra growth and healing that is meant to be done during this connection. And that also helps you realize like you can let somebody in, you can actually trust somebody, you can let this person absorb what you have gone through, you know, really like that's really like your main lesson from this. And I do think there is long-term potential here from what I'm seeing. I think initially it might be a little tough for you to like really trust them and let them in, but I do think with Jupiter here, there is potential for truly a very long-term loyal connection between the two of you. But I think that's why they're introducing this person to you, maybe when you're not fully, you know, healed or not fully optimistic again when it comes to love, because that is part of your growth overall, is to realize love does exist in this manner. So this is the energy of the relationship itself. We have the Three of Wands with the keywords goals, expansion, and vision. Wow, holy cow. I was just saying that this is literally for you. I do think that on this person's side, there could definitely be growth and shadow work that also needs to be done, because this is the mutual energy between the two of you. But as of now, I guess I could talk about that too, because the 12th house, it is very much about the subconscious. It is about previous lifetimes. It's about karmic patterns, you know, patterns that are repeating itself. So I think both of you are almost like bringing up to the surface these subconscious things within each other. For you, I think it's your heart chakra and previous heartbreaks and your emotional space that you are healing. And I think for them, there's things from previous lifetimes that they're healing as well, and maybe karmic patterns that they've been a part of. Because we even talked about that earlier, that their life has had like trial and errors like in previous lifetimes, and I think in this lifetime they're finally clearing some of that karmic debt that they could possibly have. So I definitely think for both of you there is shadow work that is going to be done during this connection. But I love that we see the Three of Wands as well, because it does show me that there is hope once the shadow work is done, or there is like long-term benefits that could come out of this connection. Because I think for now, I don't want you to think like, oh, this is just going to be something where I'm healing and it's going to be something short term. Because I do think for a lot of you, there is long term potential here with that Three of Wands. I think if you wanted this to be a long term connection, it's possible for the two of you, but definitely heavy shadow work is involved here within this connection for the two of you. And I feel like I already kind of talked about that, you know, so I feel like I don't really need to talk about this again. But I think that's another reason both of your soul like your that radar is going off the moment you meet each other, because you're like, oh my gosh, like there is some deep work to be done with you. There's karmic debt to be cleared with you. There's heart chakras to be healed with you. And it feels very, very important, very significant work. And I think both of you are coming out as like the best versions of yourself after this. And I think that's what's so nice, is then you can show up as 100% the best versions of yourself for each other, which I do think there's definitely possible for you guys to have that long term once you get through that initial healing with each other. Okay, group 3, that is what I'm seeing here for this. So now we're going to go into the extended. We're going to look at, we're going to look, what did I say? I almost said like Wawa or something. We're going to look at, do you already know this person? We're going to look at, where are they right now? We're going to look at, are they ready for you? What could speed up or slow down this union? We'll also see how could you meet each other, and we'll also get advice. So that's what we're going to be talking about in the extended. So this will be linked in the description below if you're interested. It'll be available for a one-time purchase, but it'll also be available on Patreon subscription. If you want to subscribe, then you have access to other content on Patreon as well. We have like literally so many in-depth readings on Patreon, but just make sure you read the tiers correctly, because there's 2 tiers on Patreon. And then also I was thinking about Wawa. Isn't that a fast food place somewhere like in the country or Canada or something? I have no idea. And I was also talking about the Edmonton Oilers, which is a Canadian team. So Canada could be something important here for some of you. Maybe you're from Canada, you're watching in Canada. Okay, so I'm gonna go over to the extended now, but if you're checking out here, then thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support and letting me give you this reading. If you want to book a private reading with me, go ahead and email me. My email is in the description below, and we can go ahead and set something up. But if you do want to check out the extended, that is linked in the description too. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, and please like and subscribe, and I'll talk to you very soon. Bye. Hey guys, if you chose this Wheel of Fortune with the Ostara Tarot and this fluoride chunk, this is your group. Hello, group number 4. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for all of your support here on my channel, whether it's your first time here or if you have watched my videos before. Thank you guys so much for all of your support. So let's get right into our breakdown. Let me move this aside. So like I said, we do have this extended today, but here on YouTube, we're going to start off with a bowl of traits. So it says optional because you don't really have to watch it. It's just for fun. You know, it's like really not that serious, but I have this bowl here and I'm just going to pull some random traits, and it can be about you, it could be about this person, it could be about your relationship, but I will leave the timestamps below. If you do want to skip it, that's totally fine. Then we're going to go in with tarot to see all about this person. So we're going to look at everything from personality to appearance to zodiac signs. We'll also look at their higher self and their 3D self. We'll try to see what's going on for career and hobbies, and then we'll also get an age and where they were born or where they grew up for a location. And then we're going to dive into the actual relationship between you, this person, and the connection itself. So that's what we're looking at here on YouTube, and I will talk about the extended once we get to the end of this. It's much easier to transition that way. So yeah, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. And let's go in with the bowl of traits. And actually, one thing I do want to mention before I forget about it is this Wheel of Fortune is just so interesting because it's like they're cutting a thread. It's like stopping something, choosing your own destiny, your own fate, because the Wheel of Fortune is a very fated card. It's all about divine intervention, divine timing. There is a huge destiny aspect with this card. So it's just so interesting. It's like you're cutting something, you're changing your own destiny, you're choosing your own destiny. There's just something that's so interesting to me about this person cutting this thread, which is like the thread of fate, I guess. Okay, I just wanted to mention that. I'm going to move that aside for now. So let's get into this and let's just try and get... okay, I'll take those. So let's go ahead and see. Maybe I'll put these two back. Okay, let's go ahead and see what's coming out here from the bowl of traits. We have crime/law. So this person could be a lawyer or they could be interested in the legal field. I just saw 111 as I held that up. Maybe they study criminology, criminal justice. Oh, family, money. This person could definitely come from a family of lawyers, or they have generational wealth somehow. But their family could have some kind of a status. Midwest USA, very random. If I'm thinking about big cities in the Midwest, Chicago is in the Midwest. Very physically attractive. Their family could be from the Midwest. Let me try to, okay. Long distance, interesting. You could meet this person maybe while you're traveling. I'm also hearing at school for some of you. So then say like they live, I don't know, in the Midwest, you live somewhere else, you meet up in school or you meet up in a specific place or you meet while you're traveling. Because it does feel like at times, or maybe after the initial meetup, you kind of go your separate ways from this person. Reliable. I thought that said religious at first. Also, I wrote these traits literally like years ago, so I don't even... And my handwriting is really sloppy. I mean, if I redid this, I would definitely write much better. Okay, we have light skin tone. Australia. Okay, so we have two geographical locations, Midwest USA and Australia. Status, yes, this is what I was feeling. I feel like their family could have status or they come from some status on their own or some generational wealth, but it's like something to do with their family in some way as well. We have adaptable. So they're reliable and adaptable. That's nice to see. Art history. Okay, they could be interested in art history. We have long hair. That could be anyone, you know, in this dynamic with the long hair. Taller than average. Video games. They could be interested in video games. Ooh, some of you could meet online or meet while playing a video game. I don't really know how video games work. Philosophical. So we have art history and philosophical. That's interesting. Handsome. Okay, you have, what did I say? Very physically attractive and handsome. And taller than average. Okay, East Side. So I remember when I wrote this, it was supposed to be like East Side, New York, but I mean, East Side, Midwest. We can go from like the Midwest to the East Side of a country. It doesn't have to be America. Horror movies. And LGBTQ plus community for some of you. Okay, that's what I'm seeing, you guys. Very straightforward. So this could be you, this could be them, this could be aspects of your relationship with this person, but I just wanted to pull some of these for fun. So let me clean this up and we will get into the next part of our reading. Okay, you guys, so now I have a tarot deck here that I split up into 3 groups. This is the Major Arcana pile, This is the court cards, and then this is the rest of the deck here. So I'm going to pull one from each, and this will give us like this overall picture of who this person is that you're going to be in your next serious relationship with. And then also their major arcana card is also going to talk about their higher self, and then the court card is going to talk about their 3D self. So another thing I want to mention before I go into this is, for some of you, this like cutting of the fate or creating your own fate, creating your own destiny, your own path, your own future, this could be you cutting away from like traditions, family traditions, societal traditions. For some of you, I just feel like you are taking power back into your own hands to do what you want to do, not what your family wants you to do or what society wants you to do. This could also be your person that is feeling this way as well. Maybe they come from a traditional family, or they just don't want to do what is like expected of them or what people are placing on them, and they're kind of breaking free. That's like what I'm sensing. It's like breaking free to do your own thing and to be independent, but also like create your own path moving forward, with that scissors analogy right there. So yeah, let's go ahead and pull a card from each. So first, let's get a card for the major arcana pile. Group four's next serious relationship. Wow, literally the Magician. As I'm talking about creating your own path, cutting away from traditions or from societal views or any expectations that are placed on you, and we have the Magician. I think you and this person could be very similar. I'm getting this because I was like, this could be you, this could be them. So it does feel like, you know, you're very similar in this aspect. So I love that the Magician is here. I will pull the rest of my cards and then I'll talk about it a little bit more. Let's get a court card for group four's next serious relationship. Let's get a court card here. Wow. King of Wands. Very cool. Very similar imagery. Also, the color red could be significant in some way, since we have like both of these people are wearing red cloaks, red clothing, and red really signifies personal power. So there's that message coming up again that this person has a lot of personal power right now. And I just keep hearing you're in a very similar boat. So let's get let's get two cards. I've been getting two cards from this pile. Let's get two cards to show us all about group four's next serious partner. Group four's next serious partner. Can we get two cards? Wow, Aries is coming out strong. We have the Four of Wands. Let's get one more. Wow, oh my God, another four. That is really cool. So if you see fours, that could be, you know, significant about this relationship somehow. And then also like 44 could be a significant number for somebody. Some of you, that could be an age. Interesting. Okay, I love this. This person is very peaceful in life right now, group four. This person, they have definitely detached, and I'm hearing just like cutting away, detaching, stepping away from things that were causing them stress. So this could be anything. This could be family, this could be friends, this could be career path, this could be expectations. And I was getting that message from the very beginning that this person just does not want to conform with what is forced on them or with what is traditional. I feel like they have found peace by breaking away. And I also think they feel like a lot of people just don't get them. And I think especially they could be very spiritual, they could just be a bit more evolved, they could be very intelligent, especially they really, they take their freedom very seriously, they take their self of expression very seriously. So it's like this person couldn't really be stuffed away in a box to hide in the shadows. You know, they definitely have to live a very authentic life. And I think that they have found a lot of peace recently from breaking away from the things that were not authentic to them. Now, this person could be spending a lot of time alone right now, because especially if they did kind of detach from maybe friends or family or extended people in their life, I think they have found a lot of solitude within themselves right now, and they're really like figuring out where they're going in life, but I think they have a good idea of like who they are and what they want and the type of life that they want to live. So they're very much at peace. They're very, very happy right now within themselves. And I love that the magician is here. So this is also talking about their higher self. Their higher self is so fun. You know, this is somebody who is constantly wanting to do new things, new activities, new hobbies. They probably like to, they don't like to sit in one place. Like they want to be on the go. They want to be moving or relocating or traveling or changing things up on a regular basis. They probably, you know, create their own schedules on a day-to-day basis because that's like what their soul is really craving. This person definitely could, if they are living a traditional like 9 to 5 routine job every day, I would say they are a little unhappy about that, because I think on a soul level they would thrive and they would want to be free. They would want to maybe work a remote job. They would want to create their own schedule. I'm even seeing like traveling nomad kind of a vibes, like somebody who just doesn't want to be in one place too long, doesn't want the same schedule for too long. So if they are living a more traditional like 9 to 5 job life situation, then they could be having a goal to break out of that and to maybe be self-employed, or at least to just kind of get a remote job to be able to kind of create their own schedule. There's something like that. So the thing we're talking about, them breaking away from traditions in some way, that could definitely be this routine job that they are in. They want to break away from that, to pursue something more flexible that has more freedom for them. So that's like a good example of something they could be breaking away from. But on a soul level, I mean, their higher self is so fun and exciting and bubbly, and they have a great like personality, and I think you can see that in their 3D self as well. I think their higher self and their 3D self are almost like identical. So I think like as you start to get to know this person, you're going to realize they're so true to who they are because their higher self is so similar. It's like the exact same person in the 3D and in the 5D, and that's why they're so authentic to the life they want to live, because it's like they would literally be going against their higher self if they went against this lifestyle that they want to live. So I think that's why they're very sure of who they are and they're very, very authentic with the life they want to live. This person, I really love this energy because it feels like they're very confident. They're very attractive. We got many little traits about them being very physically attractive, very outgoing, very talkative, and they know, it's like they know they can get what they want if they tried, but at the same time, they're not cocky. Like, I don't think this is a cocky person at all. And I do think that if their 3D self ever does get cocky, I think their higher self chips in and is like, okay, let's calm down a little bit, because I think their higher self is very humble, very down to earth, very relatable, very realistic. And I think that sometimes maybe their ego in the 3D could get the best of them, but I do think that they're able to recognize it like, okay, that is like inappropriate, or I shouldn't act like that, I shouldn't think that way. And I think that is their higher self chiming in to make sure that it kind of reels in that ego a little bit here in the 3D. But I think overall, this is such a great person to be around. I think they really lift up everyone's spirits whenever they walk into a room or with friends, family. I think that they're just the light of the party. They're the light of the room. They're like the class clown of the situation. I think they're so funny. Oh my gosh, like they are naturally so funny, and I think a lot of people are just naturally gravitated to this person, and that could make you a little jealous sometimes. I think that again, they need a very specific type of a partner, and if you know, are insecure, or if you get jealous or get angry, you know, easily, I think that it might not be the most relaxing relationship for you, because this is somebody who knows themselves very well. They know exactly what they want in this lifetime. They know, you know what I mean? So it's like they want somebody who's going to fit in well with that, and not somebody who is going to get annoyed or is going to try to change them in any way. And I'm just hearing, I've actually used this example before, so I wonder if this is like a repeating energy that I'm seeing in like, not this group, I mean, not in this reading specifically, but like previous readings in my previous videos. I've seen this energy come up, and I've used this example of like, you know, like they're very attractive, they're very outgoing, they make friends easily, and they really want you to trust them. I think that if you were to, you know, like Yeah, I think it really just comes down to how secure you are as a person within yourself because they're so secure. But at the same time, they're very loyal, they're very loving and caring. And I think that if they were in a committed relationship with somebody, they have boundaries and they would not cross those boundaries. And I think that at the end of the day, you would have to trust this person. And I think if you were self-secure, or if you were lacking in your self security, I think you could like project insecurities onto them, and I think that would cause some turbulent situations. Yeah, I think that that is a little message for group 4, that you don't want to self sabotage something good, but I do think that they want somebody who is also whole within themselves, somebody who is also confident in themselves and confident in the relationship, somebody that can really trust them as well. I think in the past, this person definitely had like partners that didn't trust them and that would maybe like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, when you're with somebody who just doesn't trust you, that's just the worst. Personally, I have been in that scenario before where like I have brought out insecurities in others, but I wasn't doing anything. Like I was just existing. I was just doing my own thing. I never like gave them a reason to bring out those insecurities in them, but it was something that those people had to work on themselves, and it really led to a lot of projections onto me, or you know, them self-sabotaging or pushing me away because it's like, okay, like clearly you have things to work on. So it's kind of like that. It's like they have been in these like toxic relationships in the past where people were projecting insecurities onto them, and I think that like people wouldn't trust them, people would say all this, you know, all this BS towards them, and I think that's why they're very selective and they're almost kind of guarded right now when it comes to their heart, because I think they have a very specific type of person that they want to be with, and if they don't find that person, then they're like, okay, like I'm not chasing a relationship right now. I think this person is so happy in their life, with their career, with their friends, and just their lifestyle, and especially that spiritual aspect of it, like they are feeling very whole, you know, mind, body, and spirit, and they're very happy. So it's like, you know, they don't want to repeat things from their past that were not happy, and at the same time they're very selective with who they want to be with in a relationship. um but they're so fun. Yeah, I really love this energy. It's like they really are like that best friend energy for a lot of people, and they're such an extrovert. Oh my god, like they just, I think it's funny because I think, especially if you know, you could be that extroverted person as well, then you both match each other really well and maybe do a lot of things together. And then if you're more of an introverted person, I could see how this dynamic works for you as well, because they balance you out. You know, they could pull you out of your comfort zone, they could help you get out of your introverted bubble. And at the same time, I think that when there is like true trust in this relationship, and say you are introverted, then you can kind of stay at home and have your night in, but they can go out and do what they want to do as an extrovert. But you have that mutual trust with each other that like we're not crossing boundaries, and like we're able to live how we want to live authentically as well. So I think that even though they're coming through like that, I think they're very, very loyal. And I'm definitely seeing like house parties, and I don't want to say sound like they're like a total partier, but I think like they love gatherings. They love inviting people over, even if it's just something little like a game night, you know, I think, or having barbecues or something like that. I think this person just loves to entertain, and they just have such a great personality for that. I think right now I'm not really seeing much for what they do in their career. I think I'll ask more specifically in a second, but for career, they probably are able to work their way up. I think people love to listen to them talk. People love to be around their energy. They just have that aura of like, I can work my way up. I think this person is a natural leader. And because they have such great communication skills, people naturally listen to them. So this could be somebody who could work their way up to like the boss, CEO. Even if they started entry level somewhere, they have that in them to work their way up. So I think this person has a lot of opportunities in life. They really can like pursue whatever they want to pursue. I feel like this is a very gifted person. They're also very lucky, just like naturally lucky, you know, and naturally gifted. They have that charisma and that aura just naturally. Um, and yeah, with the Four of Cups, I think they're very at peace with the life they're living, and they are looking, you know what? Okay, how do I say this? It's like obviously they're not chasing a relationship. I think they're open-minded to finding a person, but they're also so happy and content in life right now that like they're not chasing, they're not actively looking. They're like, okay, if I find them, great. If I don't, great. You know, I feel like it's not something that's on the forefront of their mind right now. And they, because they have found so much peace and tranquility and harmony within their life, especially when they've worked so hard to get here, that's another reason they're selective with romantic relationships and even platonic relationships too. It's like they want somebody who will continue to add to this piece. They don't want somebody that's going to come in and just tear everything down and be this chaotic storm. You know, they want somebody to add to that peace of mind on an everyday basis. But yeah, okay, zodiac signs. So the magician is Mercury energy. There's that communication. I'm telling you, they're such great speakers and they have such great communication skills. And also, they just always have new ideas. And like, Mercury is not just about communication, but it's also about our thoughts and our mind and our intellect as well. So it's like, you know, like they could like pitch ideas for fun. They could, I don't know, I'm sure these jobs exist where like they have like the writers and the people that are like the creative ones in the back that are pitching the ideas, that are like, you know what I mean, that maybe they're not physically going out there and creating it, but they're pitching the ideas. I feel like that's something this person is really good at, is like brainstorming. That's what I'm trying to say, brainstorming. This is King of Wands. Let me think. This is Cancer and Leo. So that's that Leo again, because that's that confident personality that's coming through with that Leo, that center of attention, loves the attention, loves the eyes on them, but also Cancer, because that's where their heart comes in, that love. You know, they actually really are a loving, caring, nurturing person deep down. I think it's like overshadowed though. They're almost like so attractive, so charismatic, so good looking, so funny. Like, you know, when you meet somebody that's just like a triple threat, or they just have like every single thing that people want, and they're just like one human being, and you're just like, oh my God, like, is this like a normal person? Are they gonna be like normal to me? Are they gonna be cocky? Are they gonna be a player? I think it's funny because they definitely come off as like a triple threat, but they're the sweetest, kindest thing. And I think that's why so many people like them, because you know what I mean? Like, obviously, when you find somebody who is very, very physically attractive on the outside, but they're just a total douchebag on the inside, people stay away from them. People are not interested in that energy. But this is like such a lover at heart, but also like a triple threat altogether. And I think you just can't help but like love them. You know what I mean? So I think that's another reason people are so drawn to them as well. Um, this person could be clean shaven if they are a masculine energy. I'm not seeing facial hair, right? I'm seeing like shorter hair, no facial hair coming through. And I think that, yeah, I think if this is a masculine energy, they are usually clean shaven. I'm also seeing curly hair, whether it's a masculine or feminine energy. This could easily be the Queen of Wands as well. You know, I think I'm not specifically seeing a gender right now. I'm just seeing the energies of a person, but it could be masculine or feminine. But I am seeing curly hair. I'm seeing it a little poofy, but if it is masculine, then clean shaven and short hair. I think if it's just a feminine energy, they have like maybe like short to medium length hair. Okay, so this is Aries. This is Venus in Aries, and then this is Moon in Cancer. So we actually have Cancer out here twice. This person could be a Cancer Sun, Cancer Moon, Moon in Cancer, Venus in Aries, Cancer, Leo, Mercury energy here. And Venus in Cancer is actually the Two of Wands. So, or sorry, not Two of Wands, Two of Cups energy. So, yeah, I definitely think this person is looking for a partner. But especially with this being Moon in Cancer, you have to match their tranquility and their harmonious life that they have built for yourself. I think they're not going to let anyone in if you do not match their lifestyle and their energy and their loyalty and all of that. So that's kind of what I'm seeing just right away. Let's get into your deck now. I'm seeing smooth skin. I know earlier we saw like light tan skin or something on that on the card or the little paper, but I am seeing like very smooth and soft skin. Like you could just like rub your hands on their skin and it's like very soft. I don't know if they naturally have soft skin. I don't know if they like have a good lotion or body wash that they use. I don't know, but I'm seeing like very soft skin. I also think this message came up for a different group too, but I think they look younger than they really are. Like in, you know, I think they're definitely older in real life because the King of Wands, this is like 28 plus. I think this person would not be younger than, I even think 28 would be the youngest that I'm sensing for this person. I think they're probably in their late 20s into 30s, 40s, 40s plus. I think this is definitely like an older individual, not somebody who is an adolescent or a teen or even early 20s. I'm not seeing it. I would say like at the minimum 28. But I think they look younger than that. Okay, first let's look at their career. So what does this person do? I'm not taking all of that, but let's try it again. Group 4's next serious partner. What does this person do for their career? They definitely crave flexibility. So I'm very curious. Ah, 3 of Pentacles. Oh, interesting. We have the Devil, bottom of the deck, Capricorn energy. That Devil with the 3 of Pentacles does make me feel like this is somebody that works hard. They take their career seriously. They could even be borderline workaholic sometimes. But I think career is very, very important to them. 3 of Pentacles is Mars and Capricorn. So Capricorn is again out here twice because that Devil is right there, which is also Capricorn. Let me clarify. Let me just clarify the 3 of Pentacles. What does this person do for their career? Wow, 5 of Pentacles. This is Mercury and Taurus. They could do something with speaking because we have Mercury out here twice. And then we have Taurus and Capricorn. Yeah, something about speaking or communicating. I was saying this earlier. Maybe they're a writer. So anything about writing, speaking, pitching ideas, brainstorming, there's some behind the scenes work that they do. Because we have the 3 of Pentacles with the 5 of Pentacles, and that just feels like we're collaborating with people, brainstorming with people, but we're doing some behind the scenes work. Maybe we're not like forefront with what we are doing, but we're like doing something behind the scenes. Or they like speak to people, or they could also enjoy writing. But that Mercury really feels like the slow and steady brainstorming. I don't know how else to describe this energy. Definitely collaborations or partners that they work with. So there's like team efforts or working with people somehow. But also Mercury can also talk about speed. Maybe they like type really fast, they speak really fast. Maybe they run really fast, or like they're very fast physically for their career somehow. There's something about communicating. I don't know. I can't pinpoint it, but I'll come back to this. But that's what I'm sensing so far. But 3 of Pentacles, definitely teamwork. They could also help people get out of slumps. Maybe that is part of that brainstorming energy that I'm feeling. So say if somebody's like struggling with an idea or a topic, they come in and like help them come out of that slump. Because the 5 of Pentacles does talk about a lack. Like a lack of something, we're falling behind on something, we don't have enough of something, and they come in and they like help this person get back on track. I'm even thinking of numbers, like an accountant. But it feels very behind the scenes. Or maybe they like produce things anonymously. I don't know, you guys. I'm going to come back to that. That's a very specific energy. Let's look at their hobbies. For group 4's person, what are their hobbies? could be a motivational speaker. Okay. Six of Swords, more intellectual energy here. This is Aquarius in Mercury. You have Mercury out here 3 times. This happened for another group, but they kept getting Jupiter. They had Jupiter out like 5 times. It was so crazy. Okay, so Mercury in Aquarius. Again, Aquarius is this humanitarian energy, connecting and networking with people, but it's like the community at large. And Mercury, again, speaking, writing, brainstorming. Okay, if I'm looking at this image like very literally, they could like to be on a boat, like like canoe, paddling, going out on the water in a boat scenario. That could be something they do for hobby. I think I need to reel back and look at it more literally of what this card is saying for hobbies. So they could like to be on the water, even what is it? Surfing, doing something on the water could be significant for this person. Enjoying the sun on their skin could be significant as well. But even the Six of Swords talks about a transitioning from something that was a bit turbulent to a much more peaceful scenario, helping people come out of something turbulent into something peaceful, which sounds kind of similar to like helping people get out of some kind of a rut there. And this could be some kind of a personal, like a maybe a therapist for some of you, or like a counselor. I don't know why I wanted to say personal, but I was gonna say a motivational speaker or somebody that like gives advice to some extent. But there is something about helping people get better with their craft or their skills, or we're helping brainstorm to help them progress. I don't know, you guys. It's something very, very specific, but definitely boats and water. I also thought about skiing because of these mountains up here. So like skiing, surfing, being out on the water, jet skis, all of that could be significant. Maybe since they have found like peace and harmony in their life, they try to help people find that in their own life, something like that. Okay, let's try to get their age. We already said we're thinking 28 plus, but can we get anything about this person's age? Oh, is this a Two of Cups? It is. Dude, that's crazy. This is Venus in Cancer. And I said that earlier. Go back to when I said, since we have Moon in Cancer and this is Venus, or no, this is not, wait, is this Venus? It is. It's Venus in Aries. Yeah, I said that. I was like, oh, well, the Two in Cups is Venus in Cancer, which is the Two of Cups right here. So for their age, they're definitely like, they're not young. I think I stand by what I'm saying about them being 28 plus. But at the same time, they're not coming through as super duper old. So now I'm going to reel it back and say they probably are not older than like 40 to 50. I feel like obviously, you know, they're definitely coming through in like anywhere from like late 20s to maybe 40s, something like that. Also, you can look up specifically when was Venus in Cancer. I don't know off the top of my head, but that could give you, since I mentioned that and that's exactly what came out, that could be a very specific astrological placement. If you look it up and see, that could be a specific year or a specific timeline that the last time Venus was in Cancer. I don't know off the top of my head, but definitely look into that. They could, for some of you, they could have kids. For some of you, they could have even been married before and or are divorced now. Because there is this energy of like they were in some kind of a turbulent relationship before. So for some of you, they could have been married, have kids, but are divorced now. But for others of you, they maybe were never married, but still have a child. And then others of you ignore the children. You know, that's not going to be for everyone. But I think with their age, I think it's very possible for some of them they have kids. That's interesting. Two of Cups with the Four of Wands. Happy home life. They really want to provide the best for their kids if they do have children. I think that's another reason they're very selective with who they date now, because obviously they would want the best for their children, and they don't want their children to be with somebody that, doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, they don't want their children to be around somebody who doesn't check all their boxes. But I think if they do have kids, they take that very seriously, or this person does want to have children. I think that there is something revolving family. I think they do want to get married or get engaged or have kids, or at least like move in together. There's something about like, I want to live with you, I want to build something with you, I want to build a home with you. Let's see, where was this person born? Can we get a location for where they were born? Eight of Cups, lots of cups coming out for this group. Okay, that's Saturn in Pisces. Look up the last time Saturn was in Pisces, because I think that can give you a specific year. That could be their birth year, because right now Saturn is in Aries. Oh wait, Saturn was just in Pisces. Because Saturn went into Aries last year in 2025, but then it retrograded back into Pisces. But now it's coming back into Aries. So, yes, so that actually makes sense, because if they have Saturn in Aries, then Saturn was just in Pisces for everyone that has Saturn in Aries because of retrograde, and that their birth year would be from 96 to 99. So that makes sense, because 96 would be 30 this year. So like anywhere from 30 to that 27, that late 20s, early 30s, I'm definitely picking up on that age for a lot of you here. Okay, so this is also where they were born. Eight of Cups with where they were born. I'm seeing like factories. They could have lived in a place that had a lot of pollution. I know that's so random, but had a lot of pollution, or factories or factory workers, or maybe even car pollution. So I guess maybe like a bigger city where there is a lot more people, a lot more factories. But it's interesting, right? Because I think now they want to live kind of maybe away from a city vibe. I do think even if they want to work in a city, or if they want to like hang out with people in more of a city, I could see them living maybe outskirts of town or something like that. But I do think they grew up in like a very populated area, and there was a lot of air pollution. Let me clarify this for location. Can we clarify the Eight of Cups for where this person was born? For some of you, they could have also been raised by a single parent. And if they did, then that plays a huge role on maybe why they're very selective with a partner if they have children. Because maybe they don't want their kids to relive what they had to go through, maybe with a toxic parental household. We have the Hermit. This is Virgo energy here. I think that wherever they were born and grew up, I think that they didn't really enjoy it there, and they had to get themselves out of it. There's something about like, I didn't enjoy where I grew up. It's very straightforward in that sense. Maybe they didn't have a lot of opportunities or resources, or they kind of had to like dull their light, especially because we know they want to be up in the center of the spotlight. They want to be, in the center of attention, and they want to be able to be extroverted and express themselves. I think there was something about a lack of freedom of expression during their childhood, or where they were born, or when they were younger, and that was something that really caused them to go kind of crazy, because I think this person couldn't live a life where they were being restricted, when it comes to freedom of expression. But definitely I'm seeing like some kind of pollution, but also it could kind of get like really dark there for some reason. Maybe like you don't get to see a lot of stars because of how much pollution or like how much lights, like city lights there are. There's something like that about like I can't see the stars. I also think this place could have all seasons. So I don't think it's a place that's cold year round or hot year round. I think it's a place that has all the seasons and they experience some very cold winters. Okay, that's what I'm seeing. I hope that made sense. I will say this is a very specific energy that I'm picking up on. So if it, I think you might have to kind of interpret some of this on your own as well to make it fit your own scenario. But now I want to go into the actual relationship between you, them, and the connection. So I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. I have a bunch of cards here, but I have these cards from earlier right here. I have the deck here with the other cards here, but just gonna move them to the side because this is gonna take up a lot of space. So now we're gonna look at your energy in this connection, their energy in this connection, and the energy of the connection itself right here. So let's get right into it for group number 4. So this is group 4's energy in this connection. Oh, it says all of you. This is making me think of that song by John Legend. I'm pretty sure it's his name, All of You. It's cute. 11th house. Page of Pentacles. Let me kind of move these over. Creation. Oh, that's interesting. In both of these images, the person is holding something in their hand, holding a circular object in their hand. Oh, safety. The eel and iris with safety. Wow. This person makes you feel so warm and cozy, and they just make you feel so safe. And I love that we see safety here because it's like they allow you to just like relax. You know, when you just have the weight of the world on your shoulders and you're just tense and stressed. And it's like whenever you're with this person, it's like you can just like breathe. You can just release all of that weight that you have been carrying throughout your life and just feel so safe, and it feels like home, and it feels so cozy, and it feels like you know you're taken care of, you know that you are loved. And I think there's no better feeling than like literally mind, body, and spirit, all of you knowing, literally all of you knowing that you are safe, you are loved, you are at home. And that's what I was saying earlier too. Like this person definitely needs somebody who can add to their peace. And I think that you definitely do. I think that both of you have this level of peace of mind once you get into this connection with each other. It just feels like it fits so well between the two of you. I love this energy as well because we were already saying this person is so extroverted and outgoing, and they're so spontaneous and fun, and they're always thinking of new ideas, and they're so creative. And, you know, we're talking about all these things about them. I think that they really inspire you to create on your own. They inspire you to brainstorm or to start new projects or to, you know, try new things, new activities, new hobbies. It's like they really help you get out of this comfort zone that you have been living in for a while, and they help you create so many things. You know, I think there's things that you create on your own, there's things that they help you create, but I think that they just motivate you so much that you want to do things similar to them, or you want to be like them, or you know what I mean. Like that's what I was saying earlier, like they just have such a infectious personality and like such a passion for life, and they're so smart and creative. And like I know personally, whenever I am surrounded by people like that, then that gets my wheels turning. I'm like, oh, like this would be fun. Maybe I want to try this. Maybe I want to try this project or this hobby. Maybe I want to start this endeavor. You know, I think it like kind of gets you to kind of put yourself out there more and come out of your comfort zone and create many amazing things in your life. I think this could be within your own home, this could be things outside of your home, this could be on a different career path. You know, I think they really just like bring to your attention that you have freedom, you have free will, and it's like, why don't we use this time to do something cool and fun and exciting? And I definitely am seeing them bring you out of your comfort zone, and I think that's another reason you feel so safe around this person, to really let your hair down and to really be your most authentic self around this person. Even when it comes to like your body, makeup, hair, I feel like you can just be your most natural self in your most natural state. And you're just so like finally at peace. Like you don't have to perform for somebody. You don't have to show up, you know, dressed to go to like the Met Ball or something. Like you can just show up as you are, all natural, in your most authentic personality, and like they love all of you, and I think you love all of them as well for making you feel so naturally loved in that sense, especially if you haven't felt that before. So I really love your energy on your side. I want to see what is their energy in this connection. Oh, the feeling is mutual. And I just said that, didn't I? I said they love all of you and you love all of them. And their card is literally the feeling is mutual. So that is so sweet. Let me move this over here for now. Bruh, I'm over it. I'm done. I'm done. What the heck? This happened with another group. I think it was, I don't remember either. I think maybe group 3, but I kept seeing Jupiter, and even like the card was Jupiter. Okay, first of all, sorry, I didn't mean to get so riled up. I think the reason it makes me kind of riled up, it's like how like I'm out of interpretations. You know what I mean? It's like that's what happened with that Jupiter card. It's like I've interpreted it in every way possible and I just can't interpret it anymore. I will say though, is there could be some kind of a long distance situation here. We saw that with your trait earlier. And I think with all this Mercury energy, like I definitely think there's some long distance going on to where you're in constant communication with this person. So I think you're like speaking on the phone, you are FaceTiming, you are texting, I think you are maybe emailing, I don't know, but I think there's a lot of communication because there's something about distance here. I will come back to this 11th house in just a second. The Emperor. Okay, so maybe there's more of a masculine energy on this side. Wow, you both, oh my God, you both have crown chakra cards. You have instincts and they have creation. Oh wait, no, they have creation, you have instinct. No, wait, you have creation, they have instinct. What is going on? I am so confused. Okay, we have the Weasel and Pine with introspection. This is actually the Hermit card. Okay, really quickly, I actually grabbed the guidebook for this 11th house because this is very similar to what I was saying with this energy right here. So it all ties in really well. I'm going to read what it says here. It says, in a reading, big plans and unconventional dreams are this card's wheelhouse. Anything you come up with right now can easily become reality with a bit of thinking outside the box. The 11th house is where the greatest ideas are born, as long as you don't let society impose its narrow viewpoint on your creative process. Figuring out your place in the world can be a scary thing, but it should also be fun. There is so much to discover out there. Treat every person you meet like a potential friend, and you may be surprised by what you discover. Keywords: rebellion, social, friendship, invention, and potential. That just makes so much sense because that's everything we've been talking about, right? Like from the start of our reading with the scissors and the cutting of that string, I'm like, somebody is breaking away from tradition, you're doing your own thing, you're coming outside of that box or the shadows that you were in. And we were talking about you feeling very excited and optimistic and creative because of this person's infectious energy that is coming onto you, and you also want to do fun and exciting things outside of your comfort zone. And I think that's exactly, it's like you feel safe enough to pursue your wildest dreams. You feel content and at peace and harmonious enough with this person to truly believe the sky is the limit. And I think you're going to do really great things because this person motivates you so much. And I also want to read Mercury, you know, because I'm like, okay, let's find something else to talk about for Mercury. Okay, so keywords: communicate, logic, mental pursuits, intelligence, routine, socializing. In a reading, you have been expecting news or communication about an important event. It is right around the corner. Oh, it says important issue. I don't know why I said important event. That's interesting. is right around the corner. When you receive it, be sure to logically weigh the pros and cons before sending back your answer. Due diligence is key when Mercury is involved. There is a theory that we are the product of our thoughts, that we cannot exist without them, but we know that isn't true. A person in a vegetative state exists, but they don't have the capacity to reason or think. Thoughts can be a conscious action. Positive ones lead to a positive attitude, and negative ones lead to a negative attitude. Okay. Mercury in a reading signals that you must make those needs known. Not expressing yourself leads to a buildup of anxiety. You can't expect others to read your mind. I feel like I pretty much said that, right? Like, what didn't we already kind of talk about all of these things? Anyway, I think there's something about a long distance situation that is coming up for some of you. Maybe you meet online and you have to communicate through texting for a while. Maybe, you meet somewhere and then you're kind of going your own way, like I said in the very beginning of the reading. But I love this energy right here. It feels like you really bring out their masculine energy, their masculine instincts is how it's coming through with the Emperor here. It's like I feel like you take on more of a feminine role in this connection, or I guess you, like, whoever this is takes on more of a feminine role, whoever this is takes on more of a masculine role, and it's like they want to protect you, they want to take care of you, they want to provide for you. And I think before, this person was just kind of cruising through life, and I think this is probably the first time they feel this instinct, whether it's an instinct out of love, out of just whatever, right? Like, this instinct is coming from somewhere, and it is making them really step into their masculine energy for this connection. And it also motivates them to do better. I think this relationship motivates both of you to do better, to live your best life, so you can really provide for the other person as much as you can, or to give them a certain type of a lifestyle as much as you can. And I think there's this, like, you really bounce ideas off of each other, bounce energies off of each other. And even this introspection, with this being the Hermit, and instinct, I mean, this is a very powerful energy. I think you help this person realize there is love out there, or there is more to life out there, because I feel like it takes a very specific person to kind of wake up their spiritual side the way that you do. And I think you help them really, like, heal certain aspects of themselves. You help them realize relationships and connections and how deep something can go. I think you're the first person that will help them come into that masculine instincts. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like you really have to care about something for certain instincts to come out. And I think that's exactly what both of you are feeling. You've never cared so much about a person, or you've never felt so aligned to a person before, to where maybe these instincts didn't come out as much, or maybe you didn't care for them to come out as much. But I think both of you are in a really good place in life when you do meet each other, because these natural instincts finally come out and you're like, oh wow, there's a lot to explore here. I also feel like with safety and introspection being Hermit energy, there's a very slow and steady energy here. I think you guys are not rushing into anything. You're taking your time with your relationship with each other, especially if this is like long distance, or something is like, like not in this everyday routine kind of a thing with them. I think both of you are taking it slow, taking it one day at a time. And I think either way, you're just not rushing it. I think you guys realize, and you're old enough to realize, like, things that start impulsively kind of end recklessly. And I think you want to really take the time and effort to plant your seeds with this person. It also feels like you are definitely older as well. You are evolved and mature. I'm seeing two very mature individuals here. I don't think that, like, I think you are a match on maturity. You're a match close to age. So I think it's like very good. I think both of you are probably single, or are looking for a very specific type of relationship, and it's like a mutual thing. You both find what you're looking for in the other person. And I can just see you guys like wanting to be cozy together, spending downtime together. You're probably one of the first people to get this person to become more introverted. Like, maybe they would want to go out all the time and do things, but I think you can ground them enough to wanting to spend that alone time with you. But I also think they are very good of getting you out of your comfort zone and getting you to be extroverted with them. So I'm seeing a very good balance between the two of you here. So I really love this energy, you guys. Let's see what is going on here with the energy of the connection itself. Oh, we have the Queen of Cups. We have loving, giving, and psychic. Wow, very sweet. Wow, and balance, and the number 11. And you have the 11th house, 1111. I have it tattooed right there. Um, 11s could be a significant number for you in some way. I love this. This is again that comfort and that safety. I think, you know, whether this is the Queen or King of Cups, there is a deep emotional intelligence here between the two of you. There's a deep love between the two of you. There's definitely an intuitive pull. And I think that's also part of this Mercury energy. And even this 11th house, you're thinking about large ideas. I think both of you can talk about like bigger things, you know, greater things than just surface level. You can have very deep, intense conversations with each other. You can talk about literally the ends of the earth and explore all different possibilities and, you know, explore all different topics. And I think you can get very philosophical, like one of those traits said. But I think it's like both of you are so open minded and you have such a, like, you're just so open minded. You can just talk about anything and everything and you can debate things. And, you know, I think in a very positive manner, you can learn things from each other, view different point of views from each other. So that feels really good as well. Um, but yeah, there's definitely some kind of a psychic or intuitive connection between the two of you. And there's just so much love and security. That's like all I'm sensing is this incredibly stable foundation, a very secure foundation. And this is definitely something that feels long term. I think you and this person could probably be the one for each other. It's really giving soulmate vibes for sure. And let me see. Yeah, this again feels like the magician that we saw earlier. I actually have it right here with all the tools laid out in front of them. And again, with 11, and this is also justice. So there's that Libra law energy that we talked about earlier, but Libra could be significant. This is Cancer, Pisces. Oh, wait, no, actually, this is Gemini and Cancer. So Cancer's coming up a lot, you guys. Definitely look out for that. But let's see. Yeah, balance. I mean, I think this is just so harmonious and I feel like there's not really much more I can say. I pretty much said everything already, but very harmonious, very peaceful and just an overall a great relationship, you guys. I think you like hit the jackpot with this person and I think they hit the jackpot with you. And I think it's a relationship both of you have been waiting for, especially because you're both coming up as like older, mature, emotionally intelligent. So clearly that shows me that you have healed, you have been through heartbreaks in the past, and you're a bit older in life or just a bit more evolved and you've been waiting for a connection like this for a long time and I think it is finally here for you. So that's what I'm seeing, you guys. Now we're going to go into the extended. We're going to go ahead and see, do you already know this person? We're going to see where are they right now? Are they ready for you? We'll also see what could speed up or slow down your journey to union with this person. We'll also see how could you potentially meet each other if you haven't already, and we'll also get some advice. All of that will be in the extended, which is linked in the description below. But if this is where I'm leaving you, thank you so much for letting me give you this reading. And I apologize if I got a little annoyed with that Mercury. It's all love. It's all good. But thank you for letting me give you this message. And if you want to book a private reading with me, go ahead and email me. My email is in the description below, and we can go ahead and set a private reading. I do one-on-one readings. I also do pre-recorded readings, so I would love to book you for that. So definitely go ahead and email me if you're interested. But yeah, take good care of yourself, you guys. Thank you for being here, and I'll either see you in the extended or I'll see you next time. Bye.